30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
The whole franchise.
See, that's why you don't hire him, because he is so toxic. No matter how good he could be, do you really want that toxic person on your team? And I say no. Who wants that distraction? I don't care if he catches 2 touchdowns. If he destroys the whole soul of the team.
I think that's what Cox said in 2014.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Been quite the weekend. Bubba the Love Sponge show. Where's that coming from?
We were told, sorry, Bubba Army was down and I was listening to it.
Hold on, we were told, sorry, Bubba Army was down and I was listening to it.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Have you ever tried to be on the other end of one of your conversations? I mean, I'm saying, have you ever tried to be on the other end of one of your explanations?
It's horrible. I apologize.
It's really, I know I'm a prick. I'm hard to work for. People quit. People resign. People get fired. But my Lord, I mean, Lummy, I'm only as good as, the question that I ask, and I'm asking a technical question, and your answer is, Bubba Army, we're sorry. I'm off. I think we're sorry.
Well, you speak Lummy.
Well, I mean, I know.
That was a tough one, though. I'm sorry.
Yes, I do speak Lummy, but, Lummy is like almost, like, when your kid gets to be a certain age and she or he says something and you know what they mean because they've said it so much, but it's not audible, like it's not, recognizable to like maybe your, Steven, your brother, because he's not been around your kid long enough, he doesn't know what that particularly means.
Like Thief Hour?
Yeah. So if little Danny went with Steve and Krista to dinner and he says, I went to Thief Tower, like Steve would be like, huh? I went to Thief Tower. And that's a grown kid. I'm talking about when your kid's like 2 and stuff, anyway. So, welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. A day before my birthday, and I got.
Do you want presents tomorrow?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Which I know this does not bug you at all.
I just wanted to know what the expectations are.
Yeah. Here's what I would like.
Envelopes.
No, nothing.
Coatings for the last 25. Cash App.
What's that, Lemmy? I'm sorry.
Coatings for the last 25 on the Cash App.
Cash App. Yeah. By the way, I have an actual meeting. By the way, today is Big Gulp's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Big Gulp.
Happy birthday, Big Gulp. Thank you, Will, for the heads up on that deal.
Yeah, send us our money in her honor.
Can I say something that has nothing to do with anything, but it's just a comment that's positive? The way the video is now, we're all looking to the middle towards each other. It looks natural instead of looking off camera. Like sometimes, like Lummy should be in the bottom right corner.
Hold on. Are you talking about the live shot right now?
Yeah,
okay.
it looks conjoined. It looks like it belongs together. Like we're not like looking off the screen. We're looking almost like at each other on the screen.
You're saying like that 4 box the
Right.
4-box tile might make us look better than the 5-box tile. Is that what you're
Well,
trying to
the
say?
way they were, not necessarily the 5-box is
By the
bad.
way,
It's
Dan,
just,
for Dan just to get a little zib in there. You know what I'm saying?
no, what I'm saying is that like
to get
me on
the
the bottom
zibs.
left is good. Bob and Lummy and Seth on the right hand, either above each other or whatever order that is good because they're both looking towards the center. It looks better as a photo or as a
Man,
video.
Dan, we got so many other things to talk about
know,
today.
but I
and
like
you're
it
trying
today.
to give me the logistics of how the video looks today.
He's just letting you know, as a doctor, it's aesthetically pleasing.
Exactly.
Oh,
And
okay.
Seth's camera is dead on today. You look beautiful, Seth.
Thank
with
you,
those
Dan.
big, thick locks of hair.
About time.
Big, thick locks of hair. Well, let's not go too far. I mean,
That's awesome.
there comes a certain point where everybody knows we're BSing here. When you say Seth's,
Look at those. Look at that hair, man. He's
locks
got
of
amazing
hair.
hair today. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
It's just huge.
It's
He's got
doing
big
okay.
hair.
It's doing
That
good.
looks great.
So much has happened since Friday, which is going to I'm going to lay out. I'm going to completely go through the whole timeline today, and we're probably not as prepared as we started digging into it, and that is the Anna resignation / firing for Friday. It went down about I don't know, maybe. I don't
Between
know.
1:30 and 2:30.
Yeah, I don't know
know
what-
exactly what time it went.
Well,
Based on text.
so I actually consoled Tom Bean.
Consoled, like made him feel better?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. Consultant.
Oh, okay.
I reached out and gave them the scenario and asked for their opinion. Larry Plummer, Tom Bean, my sister, and Dan. I spoke to before I pulled the trigger on this and explained what had happened and their opinion of what they would do if this was one of their employees. And again, a manager, Larry Plummer has to manage 40 men at the Warsaw Park Department, right? I mean, that's managing some people dealing with some nonsense. He's had theft. He's had defection. He's had.
Have we had theft and defection?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we have.
Steamy.
Well, hold on. Let's not.
Oh, sorry.
The biggest theft, the biggest caper of theft ever at the BRN. Every day that we come in here and try to grind on the microphone, we're paying for, and that is the ripping off of the Hogan sex tape.
Yes.
That's the beginning.
But this is a new one, Bubba. This is.
Yeah.
You don't look as shady in this one.
No,
I don't think you did anything wrong here, Bubba.
no, I
Can't be faulted.
Yeah, no.
You just look like a confused business owner during this one.
But here's the deal. I think I've been reading the Facebook. By the way, everybody who got unblocked from Facebook, and I'm starting the unblocking of the Twitter process. But everybody that's been unblocked, you can thank Seth Kushner for that, because I was talking to Seth on Saturday. He was like, we read the comments. Oh my God, there's over 1,000 when I posted on his, the resignation or the letting go of Anna on Facebook. I think Seth, that's up to over 1,000.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've just been looking at Twitter, and last night Bubba Unsavory Character tweeted. He's like, I'm seeing Bubba's tweets, and I shouldn't be seeing these because I'm blocked. Somebody needs to do something. And I was like, hey, Bubba unblocked everybody. So I was like, enjoy freedom.
Here's the thing. So Seth, I'm talking to Seth about all these comments, and I'm really pretty mad on a lot of them. So I'm like,
dude, somebody said send Hamas after me, Bubba.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
I
a
know.
lot
Oh,
of
come on.
no, for real.
Yeah, yeah.
Somebody
Yes.
actually said send Hamas after Seth.
Did they include your address?
No. They're just being a dick. So Seth, of all people, Johnny Snowflake, I don't like to read. He said, Spongeo, I think that you need to stop blocking these people and just let it eat. Let the hate eat. Let the supporting of what you did eat.
Just lean into it.
Just let it eat. It'll help the algorithm, Spongeo. And so I went and I went and unblocked everybody on Facebook which is, by the way, our Facebook is at the Bubba Army.
And how many was that, you think?
It was like over 4,000.
Well, wait, you had 4,000 people blocked?
I've had it since 15.
Oh, my
yeah,
God.
I mean, blocked 5, 6 a day.
How long did it take you to do that? I didn't think it was 4,000, Bubba. I just thought it was like 20 people that you
I
blocked.
did too. 50 maybe.
No.
There's a lot.
And then-
4,000?
and
Wow,
then-
you just doubled your followers.
And they had listen. Facebook had an easy way, like to do an all,
a mass unblocking?
but X, I have 2,700 on X.
Oh, God.
And I'm down to 1,900, but you have to hit them individually.
Oh, God.
And I can't now figure, like, it won't bring me back up that menu. So when I do find out how to unblock everybody on X, and I'm talking about like from the Obuses to the people that hate me, I'm going to unblock you.
Now you're going to start blocking people again?
Maybe.
I mean, some
So
people
enjoy
say,
it while you can.
I mean, listen. I'm not gonna be nearly as sensitive to blocking as I used to be. I'll let you get a couple singers in, but if you're just like,
there's still people that cross the line,
Right.
But I just wanted, as far as people that were upset that
you wanted to give everybody a clean slate. And if you cross the line from this point forward, you were at least given a clean slate, right?
Well, what happens is, Bubba, like, if you block somebody, then they go over to Instagram and they're like, Bubba's blocking people, watch out. And then I see that comment, and then they go over to Twitter, like, hey, Seth, Bubba blocked me. Can you please help me? Can you please help me? I'm like, I got adults begging me to get unblocked. I was like, let's just.
And here's what I understand: if what you said pissed me off so bad that you got blocked, why are you a little bitch then? And you go to a couple other places that you're not blocked and beg to be unblocked. Doesn't that look a little bitchy in the fact that you said something that warranted a block? And so that should, you should at that point be like, screw Bubba, he blocked me. Screw him. I could care less.
Right.
Reason why I talked some crap about him. Fat ass, can't keep anybody. Anna's the best. Like, what the hell is he thinking? He's a bull. I mean, God, the things that I've seen that I'm a bully and that I'm narcissistic and that I sabotage everything in my career. Anytime that anything is going good, I sabotage it, and I'm a loser. And that, you've seen it coming for the past 3 or 4 weeks. I being mean to Anna, and she. Listen. Let me just start right here by saying one thing. It's you. I don't owe, just like 103.1 in Fort Walton Beach, or 101 in Ocala, or 103.1 in Orlando, or AM 820 in Tampa, or our stations in Phoenix. Like, we were on a station for 13 years in Charleston and got completely yanked off. Much. We got as yanked off as Anna did on Friday. By a radio station, and I took the high road and was like, it's their station. I'm not entitled to be their morning man. It's their decision. It's not my sandbox. And so I took you guys all. I mean, I think most of you are here. Maybe Seth wasn't, but I took a very high road approach. I'm like, listen, they've changed directions. They're doing something different. We hope that if you live in Charleston, you want to listen to some good rock music. 98 Rock is the station to listen to. There's certainly, if you're Bubba Army and you live in Charleston and you'd like to find us, there's several ways for you to be able to listen to the program. YouTube, Rumble, Facebook. Twitter, Bubba Army HQ, iHeart. Like, you can, if you want to watch or listen to this program and you have a cell phone or the ability to hook onto the internet, you could be anywhere basically in the world and listen to the show. But I didn't dog them and I didn't tell them how stupid they were. They don't owe me anything. They gave me an opportunity to speak on their airwaves for 12 or 13 years, and me and my guys made a major, major, unforgivable mistake that cost us our job. I mean, if we were to be intellectually honest, that's the truth.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yes.
We never talked bad about them. We didn't we didn't get in and tell them that they owe us. So what pisses me off?
It was nothing malicious. It was just something that was a little negligent, and it was just unforgivable.
Right. And so here's the deal. Like, people get on me like, I can't believe you did that to Anna for 4 years. She stood by her. Hey, I don't owe Anna. I don't owe Seth. I don't owe Lummy or Big or Dan.
This isn't a jail. Like, no, there's no contract.
Right.
You can come and go as you please.
I have no contracts with anybody other than I've had everybody sign an NDA.
We signed that?
You probably haven't signed yours. Yes, you did.
Oh boy,
sign yours,
I better talk to somebody before I sign it.
So,
Jeez.
and so
If Simon and Schuster's out there, I got stories.
So here's the deal. People they yell at me and they call me names, and I'm a bully and I'm narcissistic and I can't take little jabs, and I can't take people emulating me and correcting me and trying to be funny. And I got news for you. I take more ribbing and more jabs at me than Howard doesn't allow that.
I mean, that's been a big part of your show. I mean, ever
years.
since Spice was here,
Yeah.
right?
But what I'm saying is, it's like they're saying, she did it too much that I got rid of. No, I'm the one host that allows more ribbing back at me than anybody.
You're a good sport.
And sometimes I lose it after it's become a little excessive. I lose it and correct a person. I have every right to correct. Like, Bubba's been really hard on Dan lately too. When I'm hard on these guys, I'm not hard on them. I just have a certain sound I want the show to sound like, and if we start deviating from that sound and start getting too campy or too whatever way, I will pull somebody in. I don't have a meeting with him in my office afterwards. I just do it on the fly as it's happening.
And you don't hold a grudge about it.
I don't.
If listen, if you've said it to me before in the past, you're like, Danny, I need you to do this differently. Stop doing this. I'm like, okay. And it's not like we're not friends about it. It's just like it's called coaching. It's called training. It's called input. It's called feedback. It's how you make things better.
And so Anna, I've just seen it all, that I'm a bully and that I owe her, and I don't owe anybody. You guys must have to know this, and this is the audience. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge show, and I've been doing radio since 1986. And the amount of people that I have had roll through here on my radio stations, my various shows that I've had over the years.
Not one person stayed forever, Bubba.
Not one person has stayed forever. And that's not uncommon for a show to have people come and go. And the testament is to me. I'm the host. It's my show. I can plug and play about anybody. I mean, Lummy, I don't know that anybody could necessarily paint you in the light that I've painted you, incorporated you into a monologue-based radio show, and make an absolute superstar out of you. I don't know that anybody else could.
No one could.
And Seth, you have been on other shows and done well on other shows, been co-hosts, like Pat, you Fisher and Boy, and with Jade, and you had a great run with Drew and John Senning. You've been on a bunch of different radio stations, and I think that I handle you probably the best, and you have more freedom here than you've ever had anywhere else. I feel.
Yeah, full freedom makes it seem like I'm having like orgies or something in the studio. But yeah, I have freedoms here. The only thing that's tough is when you force me to wear your beanies when we're working out. But other than that, it's okay. I'll dress up for you.
You don't have listen. You don't have to wear those beanies when we're working out. But your hair will look like Kramer when we're done.
But when does it not?
Well, I'm just saying,
It does right now.
Realistically, those beanies are to really keep that wild nest of yours and kind of.
I know, Bubba, but
Is it like a food beanie that they wear so you don't get hair on your equipment?
It's an athletic cap.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking like a lunch
Seth,
lady net.
You don't have to wear it, buddy. I just provided it and see if you wanted it. You don't have to wear it.
Okay.
For real, you don't have to wear it.
No, I appreciate it because
it keeps your hair it keeps your hair from going wild, because your hair starts going wild after a while.
I'll get a headband so I'm not sweating, but
Oh, yeah. A good 80s headband.
Today's journey. Today's journey is we'll get into some news, but I'm going to break down the Anna resignation. But before that, if you look at the timeline of how all this started exactly 1 year ago when I fired Blitz. And for all those that have been crappy to me on our various forums about this particular topic, Anna being let go on Friday, people that have been crappy to me, I think you might have a different outlook if you know how all this started. and the high road that I took with the Blitz situation. This right now at 6:19 on Monday, April 22nd, is the first time that I've even scratched that topic's surface.
You said you were never going to talk about it.
Well, out of respect to Anna, I should have probably put a caveat to that by saying I'll never talk about it while Anna's working here.
Okay.
Because it all goes back to that. And it's just, if you knew the truth on what I've put up with and what I've tolerated, and then what Anna did.
Which had nothing to do with Seth or anything you've been talking to her about for the last 4 weeks.
Nope, she did.
That's what I think people don't understand. What happened to Anna, and I can objectively say this, had absolutely nothing to do with your daily corrections or your feedback or anything that you've said to her over the last month. It had zero to do with that.
And so I'm going to get into all that today. That's what the show might be a little bit. We might get into the Trump stuff. We might get into a few other things here and there.
Are we going to run through your Twitter? It just won't feel like a show unless we go through.
Probably 30 minutes to Twitter.
Probably, you had 2-3 days, Bubba, so what's that, like 170 tweets?
No, I was really, Lummy will tell you, I didn't do a lot.
Oh, you didn't?
I think we did 138,000 impressions each day, continuing our impression,
Well, the tweet about Anna was enough to
avalanche.
take a couple of days off after you put that one up.
As a matter of fact,
That's had traction?
Yeah.
Friday at about what? What time did those things get sent up?
I started around 2:30, 3
Yeah, it was
o'clock.
about 3 o'clock.
I put up. Listen. I need to get into words because I posted at. Let me tell me what time. The exact time. On Facebook and on you here. I think here's this Facebook. No. Let me see. Where is this? Is that X? And there's X. Let me go.
I'm looking at X right now.
Bubba, people want to know if she blatantly disrespected Suits.
No.
411 on Twitter.
All right. So it was probably relatively thereafter on Facebook. So like about 411 or so. And it was after because I asked her to provide me her letter of resignation. And after she sent it to me, it was such a self-grandizing I said, you know what? I'll come up with one that's short and concise.
Oh, was hers long?
Oh, yeah. It was ridiculous.
It was not a resignation letter, Dan. It was a plea.
Was
a plea.
Is it worth reading?
Maybe.
Sounds entertaining.
Maybe. We got a lot of time today. Jay coming in today, too?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Hey, Jay could sit down right by you now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be couched up, Willie.
Oh, yeah, you can be my boyfriend next to me.
So, listen, we do have an opening. I don't know. It's one that
filled with,
I don't know that Mike. I call that Mike 1, 2, 3, Mike 4. I don't know that Mike 4 needs to be filled all the time, and I'm looking for somebody full time, or we just have fun with Mike 4.
Oh, there you go.
Have here's what I was thinking. Have Gene Lasker in once a month.
How about that?
Have Brandy Love in once a month.
Nice.
Maybe have Kevin in, once a month. Just maybe have, my sister. I actually talked to my sister. She's like, I'd come in once a month.
Are the rumors true about more Babyface?
Maybe. If he may, I don't know.
Because that's really sending people over the edge, Bubba.
Especially Dr. Dad.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Available, Bubba. Cash got freed up, salary cap. I know how
That's
it
the
works.
first. That's the first
Off
thing.
the salary cap.
That's the first fucking thing he thinks of.
I thought of 150 million other things before that, Bubba. I'll tell you that. It's been a weekend of fucking thinking. A weekend of my wife going, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? I don't know. Hamas wants to fucking kill me because Otto left. That's what's wrong.
Okay, sorry I triggered. Man, I think we just triggered him.
Cat, good morning.
Let me know. We just triggered him.
I think we just triggered hours.
Did he just leave? I don't know.
Rudy from Florida. Funny. Yoko Anna. Big Buck, Wolfgang, Trick Me, good morning, Butter Bob.
There's two tabs, 2021 and 2022. Okay. Eventually, once we get these two done, I want to get these done first.
Florida.
File these. Right. We're gonna need to go back and do the 18, 19, and 20
hours.
if we can, just so that, you know, with the offering, there's a chance to get some money. So we're trying to be sure.
That's not as imperative right now as these two.
Okay, right, we gotta get these filed.
So you can just file, yeah.
So we can do it.
Right.
And, you know, because there's quite a bit of expenses, and they're not, you know, they, you know, Jim was like, I need to back them.
Okay.
So, these red ones, these are just the holes.
Yeah,
So,
you don't need those?
no, because there's another.
Mr. Stevens.
There's an actual charge associated with that. Right, there's a credit for it, so they take the full authorization, then they credit it back.
That's all those. Scott.
They'll be super cool.
What's up, Good Lips? What's up, Attack of the Dog? Fan in Orlando. Royal Perez. Sizzle, Slizair. Good morning.
Rhythm's the new door code. There's just no flow to the door code, man.
I know.
Would you two, you know what? Brian had to explain to me where the last one originated from.
Oscar guns to us.
Which I really thought was really next level.
Cooties from him, though. Mr. Stevens.
Dude, how about that 91 cents that I donated on Friday night?
That was remarkable.
I had to wait like an extra 5 minutes for you to read it. Jesus, I thought it was instantaneously.
Oh, damn.
What's good, Poppy? You need a little deep dive there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
Oh, tension.
Big Greasy.
Tension. This is what I have to do because, you know, I could be next. I got to keep my job.
That was fun. Chip Jones.
Shit, I'm a dick and I steal. You know, I got a lot of things. I got a lot of shit going against me. All right, get him, Sponjo.
Lovey's a dick and he steals.
I'm a dick and I steal.
Pins, Post-its.
Post-its.
Oh, I got the Post-its are over there. I got them on the bar, the high side.
All right.
The high side.
Oh, that's for your card operation.
Music Media.
Yeah.
What's up?
It took me a couple weeks to get the cards out. Merch Kirk fucking nailed it though.
Tim Lambo.
Yeah.
She's so good at shipping, and it's really like people don't know how annoying that is. How tedious it is to ship
I always
stuff.
want to try a straight metal razor edge. I always want to try that. The fucking real cowboy. That bitch, like,
I'm gonna qualify for Barber 2035. That's pretty funny. Hey Berto, I got your package, buddy. Wherever you are, I'm right here waiting for you.
Max lives in storage shed. So this is like AD instead of BC now.
We're gonna get into the
Yeah,
Blitz stuff, guys.
yeah.
Just pull up a fucking carpet square. Call out of work today. Fire up an indica. Watch basketball highlights and just let Bubba take you down the story.
Sit on your prayer.
What up, Ellen Close?
Chill on your prayer rug.
Hey, you know what? I'm happy today because I'm fucking here to fucking help fucking Sponjo get through the show. It's been a negative weekend and we're a personal.
Make sure you subscribe to Bubba Army HQ. Otherwise, Bubba will have to take action. And there's a lot of power behind those short arms. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Yeah, I think it's Gary the Cantrell come up with a little teaser video.
Yes, he did. He's working on it Friday.
He was just watching.
When you work here, it's awesome. It really is until it's not, and then it just avalanches you. You're like, now there's best of videos that you're running about discussing my firing.
Well, I mean, I didn't know that you were ever going to talk about the Blitz stuff. And so I was watching 199 and heard you reference that. And I go, I got to call him tomorrow to find out if that's what he means. And then Gary Cantrell took it as that's what you meant. And then, he got right on this.
Yeah. Well, so this has been running on all of our, various social media forums. This teaser about today, and it's pretty funny actually.
Yeah, he worked on it Friday night, right after 199.
Right, Bubba 199 was Friday night celebrating my birthday. Thank you, so many great large contributors.
A little light on the jugs, but you got the job done.
Light on the jugs, yeah, you're right. I need
beef.
Yeah, it was a sausage factory. It was.
Macho Man actually looked more pissed off than usual. Were people not picking up his vibes of the party or what?
Macho Man, were you mad? Were you mad Friday?
No, I was having a good time. I don't understand what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't tell if he's mad or having a good time. It's the same kind of.
It's true. It's true. You can't tell whether
tough.
Macho is mad or having a good, because it's both the same.
I was very focused.
Okay.
He was like 7 months, Mountain Dews deep.
Right. Anyway, here is the best of video that Gary Cantrell made for us, and we ran Saturday and Sunday leading up to today. This Monday, I will tell you this. I'm not going to talk about it tonight on Bubba 199, but I will address it in its entirety on Monday's show. And when I say I can discuss it, I'm going to discuss it in its entirety. 2 facets to talk about. There's 2 things to talk about Monday. Man, Lummy, they really got us jobbed out on this feed. I mean, you want to talk about jobbed out on a feed? My God, I'm the size of a postage stamp. You're the same size, and we got a big, huge box for merch crick. And then we got Macho Man, who's got the biggest screen of all. Macho's got half.
But if you're scared of Twitch on a Friday night, you want to have the hot bods out, and you want to have.
Well, Creeds and Travis is.
You've told me before that you want to be as small as possible for 199. You said you want to focus in on everything else.
Listen, Rat, don't turn into an Anna and make this into a racist thing, okay?
I didn't say anything racist. I'm just telling you what you said.
All right, listen.
You think Macho's too big?
Yeah, it's because I'm black, Bubba, is it?
It was because you're red. I'm a red racist.
But Macho's arms need that much room.
It's true. No, Rhett, your feed's fine. I was just trying to be funny, my friend. Here we go. Hey, we'll talk about it.
If you know, you know.
Oh, you're gonna know.
You're gonna know on Monday.
Everybody's fun. They're gonna know everything on Monday.
A lot of people have known for a while. Like the deep people in the Bubba Army. It's been a word of mouth kind of deal.
Yeah, it has.
I mean, it's just people needed to know.
Some people were deniers, though.
There were. Let me tell you one thing that I don't appreciate, and this pisses me off, and that's doubling down on something that you've been accused of or that you did, but yet we got it all handled. Like, we handled it. We had a meeting about it. I apologized. So I'm watching Anna's show on Friday. I'm watching it. I'm actually watching it. And this is before I got the phone call as to what she did.
The intel?
Yeah. I'm watching her on Facebook, just watching the show. And she gets off on this whole big racist rant on how I called her racist. And she was still having a tough time with that. And like she was struggling with that, and it's just not right. And oh my God, Bubba called me a racist, and that's the worst thing you can call some. Well, really, it's not the worst thing you can call somebody, because you know what? And here's the thing: if you call somebody racist, but you don't mean it, and it's in a joking way, and you clear it up, and you have a conversation with that person that you were doing a joke on. In this case, it was me, Bubba, calling Anna Hummel racist based on I felt her throwing of a fit of the African-American barber, one of which Carl was on her microphone, and we didn't change out her. I mean, if we really would make this a special, we should get that piece of audio.
Yes.
And then get the next piece of audio of me having that when I opened up the next day's show and I apologized to her. I'm like, Anna, I genuinely do not think you're racist. I am so sorry. I was on a live high wire. We were showing out. We were having fun, and they don't think it, and I don't think it, and I apologize. Now, Seth, you were part of this. You're the only person that was part of all shows. The pigmentation show where I made that proclamation, and then you're also part of the show when I apologized to her.
Yes.
And so, was it that big of a deal?
Yes, because Anna and I before we recorded 2 Live Jew on Thursday, her and I were talking, and she had a breakdown about it, and because I was telling her, I was like, these guys don't think you're racist, and I was like, even if they did, I was like, they don't care, and she's like,
that's what flips me out is that she is she's that weak and that sensitive and wants to be that much of a martyr on a very much non-event.
Well, she thought that if she goes down there for Juneteenth, that everybody's going to single her out as the racist girl. So
then don't go.
So she was freaking out about that. So, we had a conversation for, I don't know, maybe 30, 45 minutes before we started the podcast that day. And it's just saying it affected her. But I also know that Anna's been accused of being racist before when she worked at Cox because of some things that she was tweeting. So I could see why it might be a thing for her. But she was having a very, very hard time. And I've seen Anna, and, she's been through it, and she's strong and resilient. But that really got to her.
Beach Meadow Detectives, $10 on the super chat.
Thank you. I need to look at PayPal. But don't you think that I had covered? I mean, I did everything I could in my ability to let her know that I was sorry for that, and that's not a thing. Nobody thinks that, including the 2 people we had in the studio that you would think would be mad at. They don't care. We don't care. It's a live break that got away from me, and we're not catching any. There's no groups on Twitter that are sending messages to our advertisers about Anna Hummel. Like, there was no blowback on it at all. It was me being a blowhard saying it. And apologizing for it. And, listen, she got in trouble at Cox because there was blowback on what she had said. Her epileptic thing and, the things that she posted. The reason why she got let go there is because there was blowback back on what she said. There wasn't any blowback on me saying she was racist and people believing it. There was zero blowback. Would you agree to that?
I would. She said people were reaching out to her again, so I don't know I don't know what that means.
Okay.
I don't know what. I'm just letting you know. I'm just giving you the deets.
John Kostika, right here, Lummy, right when we need it the most. $50 on the PayPal. What I'm saying, Seth.
Thank you.
PayPal and Venmo at the Bubba Army.
John Kostika was catching strays this weekend.
What I'm saying, Seth.
Yes.
Is after I called her racist, did I or did I not apologize to her?
No, you did. And
okay, now hold on. We're just going to go on this timeline. And was there any blowback from anybody that mattered with regards to putting her in bad light? An advertiser, Craig and Rio. So what?
There was nothing. There was nothing I saw. Nothing I saw.
The only people that were most tore up about it was her.
Yes,
that's it. So it started out that. So I'm watching Friday on her after show, and she's going on and on about this and how it's just not cool, and she's really having she's really having a troubling time with it, and this. I'm like, sister, let it. What? You're the one that's keeping this alive, and you know what? And she was bitching about, listen, I've been here 4 years, and I ask for very little things, but my microphone being changed out is one of them. Let me tell you something. This is one of only a handful of places in America that's a radio station that legitimately gives you your own microphone. Everybody else, every place that Anna, Seth, Rhett, Macho Man, anybody, people that have been in radio, every other place that you've been in radio, there's a microphone and everybody uses it. The morning show uses it. The midday show uses it. The afternoon drive show uses it. If there is a night show, they use it. If there's any brokered weekend shows, they use it.
Oh, I showed up with Clorox every day when I worked at the Bone.
So, you have a microphone that I am nice enough to provide for you, and these microphones are $500 or $600.
Oh, yeah.
And so, well, Dan, yours is more because you had gold plated, and then
Federal
Express.
I help with the mics too. I mean, I know how much they cost. We bought several of them together.
Exactly.
They're
We have-
$500 mics.
Right. Dan has purchased, a handful of mics with me so that everybody can have their own mic.
She actually tried to get you on the technicality that Dan bought her microphone and not you.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like we really know Dan
It's Bubba's microphone. I bought it for Bubba for her to use.
Right.
And I even said when I got it, I'm like, listen, this mic stays here, MFers. This is for you to use, but if you skate for some reason or get canned, the mic stays here. And I made that clear when I bought it because it's really for Bubba.
I don't know. I mean, I've probably bought 12 mics, and Dan's probably bought 6. I mean, like over the years,
at
all the
least
microphones.
5, 4, yeah.
So when she starts bitching on the air, about her, who the hell? This is how this all started. She rolls up in here one morning and she realizes the day after the skigmentation show, Operation Pigmentation, the 2 African American barbers that own Latin Sons that have become a huge podcast partner with us via Seth, that they talked, and the microphone positions that they used were Anna and Dan's. Dan's mic got switched out, I think, and for whatever reason.
Well, we always switch Dr. Dan's out after he leaves on Tuesday for Babyface.
Right. So when
That's really the only person I don't want on my mic is Babyface.
Well, but you know what?
Latrine teeth.
But if we made a mistake, you wouldn't go on and on about it. If I just said, Dan, we messed up.
It's not that big of a deal. It's more of a rib. It's a joke.
Exactly. Here's some microphone sanitation spray. Please don't give me a hard time about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll lick the floor. I don't really care.
All right. So anyway, she starts in the day after the 2 black guys were in here about how somebody's been in her area and somebody talked on her microphone, and she really raised. I mean, Anna, we should do it almost an Anna and Blitz special where we put all this together, we write it and then put it together, and it would, obviously it would start well before her microphone issue because it'll start a year ago when Blitz robbed me blind. But we'll get into that. That's all coming. That's all. Let me. I feel like I need to get maybe tuned up and write a show. And then we put it together through audio clips and video clips. Give it to the Cantrell. See if he can put that together.
Brian in chat said he's happy that he changes out because he doesn't want to smell camels the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
A little shot back at you, Dr. Dan.
I never did.
He doesn't want to smell camel.
I don't want to smell tooth decay.
All right, so Dan. Dan, that.
Come on,
Dan. That's kind of. I mean, I gotta get the right screen here. You don't want to smell. You said you didn't want to smell tooth decay. Is that what you said?
Breather, man. He's got sulfur in his teeth.
So it starts out the day after the black guys were in here. She starts throwing a fit. And she's like, who was on my microphone? And I thought we changed microphones out. And oh my God,
it's like Goldilocks and the 3 Bears.
And again, everybody that was here and everybody that wasn't here for this meltdown, don't say anything. And everybody that was here for her little meltdown, did I take it the wrong way, or did you digest it the same way I did? And that is, she was having a little flip out moment.
Well, she was going back and forth with me, and you heard it. And that's when you were like, nobody else shares microphones in any other station, so it shouldn't be an issue if somebody jumped on your microphone for a podcast.
Right. Like, God forbid you think you're so effing entitled that somebody's spoken to your microphone and it's a bad thing. You know what? First of all, we're sorry. 99% of the time, your microphone is switched out when somebody else is there. This one happens to be where we dropped the ball and didn't happen. I don't want to hear about it. I, as the boss here, don't want to hear about you being a prima donna bitching about somebody talking on your microphone. I, of all people, allow, and one of the reasons I built my own studio and then build a backup FM is so that I never had to have anybody sit here and do a show and run my controls and touch my board. But you know what? I've lightened up on that in lieu of putting together some, I don't allow that because I want to. I allow it because it's a necessary evil to be able to produce additional content to be able to, continue to feed our business. So me taking a step back and saying, hey, don't be, people, Lummy, you run my board.
Yes.
Anna runs my board. Seth runs my board.
No.
You've done shows behind you.
I have, but now I don't.
You don't like running the board? Is it stressful?
I don't want to be anywhere over there. I just go over there, I turn the thermostat down, I take a pen and some sticky notes, and then I'm gone.
Okay, all right.
I use it like it's an office supply closet more so than I do like the pilot's chair.
Appreciate it.
Beach metal detective.
So basically,
$10.
you're flying the plane from where the flight attendants hang out.
Yes.
And every once in a while, you're going up and making a few adjustments, and then going back behind where the drink service is.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I could do both.
But I mean, I have let my guard down more than anybody with regards to allowing somebody in my personal space. So this is how this all started. She's all mad because of Carl, the African American guy, being in her space, and she has. Am I kind of right? She kind of has a mini prima donna, throw a little bitch fit. I mean, she was wiping it down like Ebola virus was going on. But the thing that and I know we're all hypocrites, but the thing that I couldn't get over is that, Craig the barber had spoken to her microphone 16 hours prior, but she'll go to her taekwondo and roll around with strangers and stuff, and that's cool. But a guy can't talk to a microphone. Right,
at
guy
16
can't
hours.
talk to a microphone, but you can literally be flesh on flesh, sweat, getting on sweat.
Yeah, in somebody's mound just choking you out.
Yeah, somebody's got
and that's cool.
Their crotch around your face,
Right.
exactly. As they're squeezing their thighs against your head.
So that started this, and then it gets rolled back to. She no, you know what? I think, did she call me before that, or did she call me after that?
About the cleaning of the mics?
No, about me calling her racist.
She called you on Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
Yes.
When did she bitch
No,
about?
I'm sorry, she called you on Wednesday, Bubba.
Okay,
Yes,
but that
Wednesday.
was, she bitched about her microphone on Monday, did she not?
Last Tuesday.
Yeah, it was a week before.
All right. So this all started out first when Craig from Operation Pigmentation podcast that
was Carl.
That Seth puts on. What's that?
Was it Carl?
He goes by Carl. Yes.
Okay, I think you said Craig.
I don't know which.
I'm getting confused.
It's Craig. He doesn't go by Carl. Dan.
Larry.
It's just
Bubba.
They know at the weed shop. They know him as Lawrence.
Oh, is
Lawrence,
this a third name?
Larry.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, Dan. It's just,
Craig.
This is very confusing.
You have to have aliases when you're moving.
When you're an African American mover and shaker on the South Side, you don't have one name, bro. Right?
Exactly.
Right?
You got 3 names and 2 ID cards.
Right, exactly. and
These guys are like secret agents.
So she called. So she has somebody almost like, was it? Who was a? What was
The bear?
what was
Goldilocks and the 3 bears.
Yes.
Someone's been sitting in my chair.
Right. So she has her Goldilocks moment on Tuesday, and that is, who's been talking into my mic? Oh my God, I have my own mic. Why didn't you switch it out? I'm an entitled bitch. Then I have to. Really, and she just won't let it go. I'm like, stop. Stop giving me a bunch of crap. Do you know how many people I have to manage here? I have to be the coach, the owner, the general manager, the bus driver, the quarterback. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I got to be it all around here. And I don't need you throwing a fit over something that doesn't matter. Take some Lysol or listen, I actually have microphone sterilizer that you're supposed to, you can spray on. You can spray on.
Yeah, really? There's such a thing?
Yes, right here. And you spray it on the wind mic, the wind screen, and it's got like kind of an alcohol smell to it, and it sterilizes what I just sprayed. And so, if you got a big deal about it, let me spray it on your mic. Doesn't matter that some black guy was talking on your microphone. Get over it. That's how it starts. Then the next day, I'm literally laying in bed. It's like 2:00. I got all my work done. I had Tom Bean meeting that day. And Lummy, I was laying in bed because I was going to come back over here to the studio and work out about 4:30.
Yeah.
And I was kind of, to be honest with you, I was, doing my Twitter deal. Tweeting up a storm. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, that's all you really need to follow is my Twitter. You don't even have to follow CBS News or anything like that. I'll give it all to you.
You get everything.
From kids fighting to transphobia to the Ukraine to Israel to Hamas.
A slice of the world.
Joe Biden.
A lot of the tweets you might have to do a deep dive to see if they're actually true or not. But, Bubba lets you decide whether it's real or not. That's what's great about his Twitter.
Did you see that one? And it's very true, where this guy from Seattle was talking to what he thought was a mom.
Oh yeah.
In a Grady Judd type promotion, he had the Seattle police force had pedophilia and sex trafficking and human trafficking is so bad in Seattle that they've had to have their own little they have a task force that does nothing but constantly trying to get a hold of these pedophiles. Well, this pedophile, and this is on my Twitter.
Yes, it is.
Just at the Bubba Army, which we will go through. Here maybe next to break this Anna thing up. It's really a Seattle Police Department that this bad guy is talking to, this pedo. So this pedo is talking to what he thinks is like a 37-year-old mother. And the 37-year-old mother, he coerces or cuts a deal with the 37-year-old mother to meet her at a hotel with her 7 and 11-year-old, her two daughters. I may be wrong on the ages. Maybe they were 8 and 9, but I think I remember they were 7 and 11 or something to that nature.
They was young.
Something to that nature. Where I think honest to God, the eldest was 11. I don't know what the youngest was. And he was going to pay her X amount of dollars for him to have sex with both of them, and she stand by and watch.
Oh my.
Now, really, this is Pat McGovern and the Get Fresh crew working for Grady. It's really not a woman, but this guy, the bad guy, doesn't know that. The bad guy's intentions, and they have him on text, is like, listen, I'm coming to a hotel room to have sex with your 7 and 11-year-olds for X amount of dollars while you look out. Now, these cops, they're just not going to let you say that one time. You know what I'm saying? So when they go to the judge, Dan, or when they go to the district attorney, or when the state tries them, they just have it one time. These detectives are trained to make sure that they say, so now listen, Jose, don't forget, my daughters are 7 and 11. You remember? Okay, are you okay? And that I'm charging you $250 for what? And I think that you've said that what do you want to do to these two? I like to have intercourse with both of them. Okay, just so that we're clear, so that these detectives, they're trying to build their case. But if it's just one fleeting, text exchange, Dan, that's so strong.
It was confusing. It didn't mean that.
Right. But when the detectives have gone back and laid it out 4 times, saying, "Listen, Jimmy, okay, boom, 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 boom." That's none of these are just flim-flammily. They lock them in. Like this guy that shows up to this hotel, he knows what he's showing up to have sex with a 7 and 11-year-old. Period.
Yes.
This hasn't been mentioned one time in a text exchange. This has been mentioned 10 times. So they show up. So the cops are inside the hotel room, and he's outside the hotel room. And what they were going to do, as soon as he knocks on the door, they were going to open it up, then grab him, and throw him down on the bed, and and handcuff him, read him his rights, see if he wanted to talk. But obviously they had that chat log right there in the whole 9 yards. Well, they open the door up, and he has a gun displayed and gets 1 round off and grazes a Seattle Police Department guy.
I sent you the tweet.
And it is...
They blow him away.
Can I ask you a dumb question? So was his intention to kill the people? Or was his intention to have sex and he smelled something funny?
I think his intention was just to have a gun with him for his personal protection in case this was some bad guys.
But he had his hand in on his gun right when they opened it.
Oh yeah. He when he had Dan, it wasn't like when they opened the door up, he had to get take his backpack off and unzip it and find his gun. He like Seth said, he had his gun in almost in his inside of his vest or inside with his hand on the gun and squeezed off one round before the boys showed him the good news.
And what a
Boy,
crappy
Seth,
hotel.
did they show him the good news or what?
You know, I've been seeing a lot of people get blown away lately thanks to, body cam footage, and this guy gets blown away the most of anything I've seen recently.
You're right. This guy might be, blown away of the year award.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you can see. Hold on.
There you go.
You can see, Dan, this is a gun.
Wow.
This is a gun. Am I right?
Yeah.
Sure does
And
look like
so
it.
when a cop is just trying to grab you, bring you into the hotel room to handcuff you because you've showed up to room 402 under the pretenses of what they've already, established you're going to do, and you pull out a gun, I mean, it's hold on. Boom. And it ain't like he kept that gun in his vest. He pulls it out. He's ready to go.
Is it what you would call cocked and locked?
Probably.
Oh, boy.
At least chambered. They call that chambered.
Well, cocked and locked was when they used to use 45s.
So that's the first shot, which is
him, right?
Him. Yeah. He shoots the gun. As the cop's trying to grab the gun away from him, the bad guy who's trying to have sex with a 7 and 11-year-old pulls the full, or the trigger gets pulled in the, whether he pulled it or it got pulled in the struggle of obtaining the gun, doesn't matter. One cop got grazed, and at that point, here comes the good news.
Gun.
Jeez.
F around and find out, bitch.
Yeah. That's probably the best case scenario for a guy looking to bang kids in front of their mom.
You know what? You're probably right.
Yeah.
He died probably a very quick and sudden death. And a guy that's wired to want to touch kids, a guy that's wired that he's already, and however long the correspondence, whether it was a week, whether it was a day, whether it was a month, setting up and arranging to meet a mom to have sex with her 7 and 11-year-olds. This is probably at the end of the day society's best result for you. I mean, not only for your family, but for you too. Because you don't want to go on the long ass trial and all the explicit texts that you said you were going to do to the 7 and 11, and then we have to house you for the next 50 or 60 years because you're probably at this point going to be in prison for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
This might actually be what's best. This might be a community service. Show up with the intentions to have sex, intercourse with a 7 and 11-year-old, have a gun, and get blown away. It's like we had his trial and everything right there. Right?
Yep.
Boom.
Gun. Shots fired. Shots fired. Suspect down. Help you out.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. So, is that on my Twitter, Lummy? Of course, I got the best of everything on my.
Of course you do.
On my Twitter, I got some great stuff on my. You wouldn't even have to follow anything. Just follow me.
I love that you got 1,200 on YouTube today, people. Bubba, people are really ready for the drama.
Oh, they are. So you know what? I'll start with. Let me go into words, and I want to. This timeline. Here's what I have to get through.
Bubba, again, just to go backwards.
Thanks for the interruption. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Bubba, before you go to words, all the stuff you've just talked about had nothing to do with her getting fired.
Oh no, nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Despite
nothing.
all that stuff, has nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with her throwing a fit about, the African Americans using her microphone. Nothing about the fact that she would not accept the fact that I apologized to her for calling her racist, that indeed she wasn't racist, that indeed I was just, being a smart ass, doing, hot, live, spontaneous radio. I think Seth yesterday, when I was explaining to her, Seth, I said, sometimes that stuff gets away from you. You're showing out, you're having a good time, and you just say stuff. You don't mean them. And I said, that's exactly what, when I called her a racist, that's what I did. I made a mistake. I was being a smart ass. I apologized to her, not only privately when she called me. Last Wednesday, my phone rings. It's her. And she's like, she's very, 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 very bitchy. And I'm like, hello. And she's like, I don't appreciate you calling me a racist. And I immediately denied it because I won't be able to. I couldn't tell you what I said 52 minutes ago, let alone, 3 days ago, especially if it was a fleeting type deal. Now, if I had a whole entire segment about Anna being racist, then I would remember, but not just a fleeter with my homies. But I mean, Seth, we're in here just really ripping it up, having a good time. We're running we run way looser with the homies than we do here on terrestrial radio. Like, we're saying all kinds of stuff.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Try not to let it run too loose, but yeah. It's a good vibe.
And so what I said there, and then she says, "Well, I have it on tape that you during the Operation Pigmentation show when you were talking about." Him being on my microphone, you called me a racist, and then you doubled down and said, no, she's really a racist. And I go, Anna, I don't remember saying that, but if I did, I'm sorry. Obviously, I don't think you're a racist, and rather than go on back and forth about it right now over the phone, which I hate talking on the phone, let's address it tomorrow at the start of the show, and I will apologize to you because that's not how I feel. Now, at that point, she's calling me in the capacity of an employee, and I'm talking to her in the capacity of a boss. And when I say, I don't remember, but now that you say and that I said it, then okay, I got it. And I'm sorry. I'm genuinely sorry for that. And, a lot of bosses may just leave the I'm sorry a private matter between you and her because you know that you apologize. You don't have to go any further. Realistically, I didn't have to go any further with it. But I wanted to reiterate the fact live on the air to transparently say, apologize to her genuinely. Because when you say it on the air, that means you're throwing it out for people, for people to consume, and you kind of got to stand by it. So I opened the show up, I think the next day, Lummy, was at a Wednesday or a Thursday of last week.
There would have been a Thursday.
And I think we could potentially, Lummy, as we're building this, the first thing we probably need to find is me calling her racist. That's how this story opens up. Write that down.
All right.
But find the audio me calling her racist. Then find the audio of me opening the next day's show up apologizing. Okay?
All right.
But Seth's going to love this because he wants to get into this so bad. And I got to go into words. I'm going to leave you hanging. But Lummy, before we even... those aren't parts 1 and 2. Those are actually parts 3 and 4. Because you know how you open up the whole segment with?
What?
A year ago when I gave Blitz 5 minutes to say goodbye.
Oh, yeah.
You open up that. Don't you think, Dan? And this whole big on a caper.
I think it's a great idea.
You actually open the segment up with the 5 minutes that I gave Blitz to say he was, gone for another job. That you open this whole can of worms starts with that. So let me put that down.
Got it.
What are your 3 things so far?
I got the 5 minutes.
Slow down and enunciate.
Number 1, the 5 minutes you gave Blitz to say goodbye.
Right.
Find the audio of you calling her a racist, and then the apology from you.
There you go. Those are your first 3 parts. And listen, Lummy, I'm not expecting us to have this all put together by tomorrow. This might take a while.
Oh, I thought you wanted this all in the next 6.5 minutes.
No, Dan, that just shows you how much of a
Can you put boobs on in 5 minutes?
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah.
Man, I feel sorry for Dan's workers and the deadlines they get.
Jeez.
No, I mean, between Rhett and maybe Gary can whittle some stuff down for us. I mean, this is a community effort, and Rhett, as I'm putting all these orders in and these pieces together, 1, help me if I forget something, but 2, realize that this is not something that I think needs to be done in the next day. I mean, this is going to be a project. I hope it's not quite as long as the bar party project.
No, it's not.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Right?
Mark, I got Big Rig.
was 6 minutes.
I know, you can't eat. Macho hasn't been able to change it yet. It's only 5:20 now.
You joking?
No. That's Bubba.
Iggy, I love you. Not sorry. Fuck off. I love
You're
you.
being mean to Iggy?
No, he said that to someone else.
Oh.
I love what he said. He's like, fuck, you don't like what I said? Fuck off.
You better not talk bad about Seth.
He's not talking bad about anything. He's just saying stuff, and someone's like, someone criticized him. He's like, I'm not apologizing for what I said. It's my opinion.
Oh, okay,
Fuck
okay, I
off.
love you. No problem.
Respected that.
Appreciate you.
Okay, Gary Dale.
Power pick, hello, I'm Bernie.
Yeah, I don't know.
By the way, everybody on YouTube,
I wasn't criticizing.
can you please give me a thumb up? Because this is going to be a thumb up situation.
Please, please.
So I appreciate you giving me a thumbs up, you know. Please.
What's up, Hogan? Stretch.
Please, please, please.
Please.
Give me a thumbs up, Power Pig. Hello, I'm Bernie.
Caviar tacos, good morning.
Caviar.
It's probably number 4. Oh, I gotta get home. Andy Hogg, if you knew the number, you'd throw up.
Oh yeah, just for today, Caviar. I wanted to make sure that I was, on top of things. You know, this is a verbal combat today. People shooting stuff off left and right.
Happy trip?
Yeah, I'm anything?
But you know what?
No, sir.
I like when I left this job before, I was a bitch and a flame out in a snowflake, and then Anna's gone, and then it's my fault. I'll take it fucking all.
Yeah, I will tell you guys, I do all managerial changes based on Seth. And so I only listen to Seth, and this is Seth's call 100%. So
even though we all forget that I actually got Anna the job here, that I brought Anna to Bubba after she got fired for making fun of epilepsy multiple times. I brought her to Bubba. Bubba had actually never heard of her, so I had to give him a good sell. And he brought her on.
You did have to do a hard sell job,
and he brought her on. So. Thank you, Berto.
Having problems getting it up today. Everything wasn't cooperating.
Thanks, Man Crusher.
He's a world-class e-cyclist. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show will just be me, Lummy, Rhett, Seth, the Macho Man. And listen, I don't know necessarily.
F you! Sorry.
Wow, that was an outburst.
That was an outburst.
Sorry, there's been a lot of outbursts this weekend, and I think I was just internalizing a lot of stuff, Bubba. I didn't get to get out because I didn't get to lift this weekend with you, so I got a lot of stuff.
We lifted Friday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, but now it's now I don't feel all sore again. So
you're not.
Yeah.
But were you sore? Were you sore a little bit on Saturday?
Yeah, I felt great. I love doing.
Because being sore, once you start getting into working out, being sore means you did something.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I love that I'm back. I love that you're letting me use your gym and training me. It's awesome.
Now, Dan, like when we went on that 22-mile bike ride where I had an e-bike and you didn't. You had a regular bike, although a $12,000 one. But anyway, it was completely human-powered. Like there's no assist at all.
Right.
And, at that point, I don't think you had biked for a while. I don't think. I think you had your mountain bike out a few times, but I don't think that you'd went. Like this was for you, this is a pretty serious distance and pace, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 26-mile ride, which is, a medium distance, I think.
But a 26-mile
but
ride.
at speed, so it was intense, and it was fatiguing. I was exhausted afterwards.
Yeah, like 26 miles at 22 mile an hour average.
Yeah, hauling ass.
Right.
It was fast.
Yeah. So it was were your legs,
they were very tired that afternoon. But they weren't sore the next day.
They weren't?
No, because I was in shape. I mean, I hadn't ridden that distance, but I had ridden consistently enough, and I'm good at cooling off and warming down.
Oh, you're not good at cooling off. I'll tell you that when you get full hot sometimes. Okay.
I mean,
warming
down helps.
All right.
Getting that acid out.
How do you do that? Is that where you have to rub yourself?
No, I do rub myself, but that's not how to get the acid out.
It's usually involving his penis suction.
But it's just like lower intensity for a few minutes, just to work all the lactic acid out before the blood flow slows down.
I wish that
cool down lap.
I wish that I could train your shoulder. I wish you'd start shoulder training with me. Because I think I've made unbelievable leaps and bounds on my torn rotator cuff.
Well, I'm interested in that, Bubba. And as soon as my physical therapy's over, I'm happy to start.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Some unlicensed physical therapy over here.
Some outlaw,
outlaw PT.
Outlaw physical therapy. We go against everything that the people say what you're supposed to be doing.
Inject some growth right into the joint.
So I ain't meant to that. So all right, so. Friday. Let me back this up. By the way, I think 100. Lummy 843 Bubba $100 on the PayPal.
Bubba.
Thank you very much.
Famer.
And listen, anything that I do when I make a personnel change here, I have to take a couple things in account. This isn't just I get my feelings hurt or somebody has pissed me off. Or somebody has, ripped me off, not extorted, but embezzled hundreds of thousands of dollars, or just genuinely pissed me off, like Tuttle. Or I have to take in consideration as to how popular that person is. Even though I often get mad, it's like nobody would be popular without me. Nobody would be popular without me having created a infrastructure of a facility, 2, a library, 3, 6 terrestrial radio stations, and then all the platforms that we've built. Those are all mine, owned by me. And that is the audience that you have, all because of me. Because I'm the one that, we have about
your milkshake
30.
brings all the boys to the yard.
We got, our costs. I'm just going to give you a little bit of insight. It takes about $33,000 or $34,000 a month for me to keep this show on the air. So it's a slippery slope between monetizing all the ways that from our podcast that we monetize to, now it looks like we're going to be able to monetize Twitter.
Yes, sir.
We monetize Facebook, we monetize YouTube, we monetize Twitch, we monetize our content and then have contracts and barter agreements with our various radio stations. And then, the Super Beat Heart Chews and the BetterHelp and, the endorsement, the SCAG and the, Gus's Tractors in Fort Walton Beach and the BLP Racing Products in Orlando and the Giant Recreation World in 4 different locations. Lummy, so we've cut those deals as well. And so that's how we keep, this show on the air. And so when I'm going to make a change, I have to keep in mind that certain people potentially could affect our monetization in different ways. If I get rid of, Tuttle, I don't know if there's a bunch of my big whales, so to speak, customers that are going to stop contributing because I got rid of Tuttle.
Yeah.
Anna, on the other hand, was well-liked, was very polarizing, as we all are. We're all about 50-50, well, except Lummy.
Oh, thank you.
Me and Lummy's like 90-10 loved. Ooh. Seth is 50-50 at best. I'm probably more 40-60 that you hate me. Dan's probably 50-50 at best. Jay's probably, I'd say, like 60-40 to the like. Babyface is like 30-70 to the not like. Rhett is probably 50-50. Now, Rhett's a good guy. They like Rhett. He doesn't really say much as far as, being a dick. So I'd say Rhett, 60-40. Mach, 60-40. Anna, I think, was 50-50 at best as far as people liking her versus not liking her. And there's some things that I could overlook, like Seth's meltdown the first time he was here. I had to weigh out, is his meltdown worth doing that? Am I going to allow that behavior? Am I going to fire him immediately, or can we work through it because he's a talent that I think I need and I think contributes and makes me better as a host? And Seth Seth and I had that discussion. So with regards to when I let somebody go, I have to use that as an overall equation to the business. Most radio personalities, their co-hosts are paid by corporate, and they aren't reliant upon people liking or not liking their co-hosts. That chances are their dollars don't change at all based on getting rid of somebody or staying with somebody. I mean, like Beasley. Beasley outweighed the good and the bad, and they're like, oh, we probably should keep Orlando around, even though he's drunk and he hit somebody DUI, and he may have hurt those people and could at a station event. He's coming from a station event. Dan, I've been sued multiple times in this market, and the radio station invested the legal fee because they figured, what I brought in #1 ratings and mornings outweighed the potential lawsuit we're going to face.
It was worth it.
So you got to weigh out this stuff as a business guy. Mm-hmm. So Friday, after this one particular event happened with Anna, I call up in this order: Dan Diaco, Tom Bean, Larry Plummer, and there was one other I called. I think I had one other.
Tara.
And Tara was in Nashville setting up for a convention. And it's like, I'm like, Tara, I only need 5 minutes, but here's what went down. And I laid out the Anna story. And my sister was like, you can't allow that. You cannot allow that. And I called Dan up. I told Dan the story. Dan's like, you know what? That happened to me one time, and that person was gone. And I'm going to leave it that vague, Dan, until we get into it a little bit better.
Okay.
I called Tom Bean up, and he's like, well, that's your call. I wouldn't stand for it. And then I called Larry Plummer up, and Larry Plummer's like, Larry was actually the hard ass about it. He was like, you should have got rid of her a year ago. Well, that's what Larry Plummer said. So that was the 4 people that I have businesses and have to deal with people and employees. Lummy, I don't think right now, because you're out of the fish business and stuff,
no.
I don't think, other than your wife and some contractors that here and there that's working on I don't think that you really have to manage people too much.
No.
You just got to manage yourself, your kid, and your wife.
Correct. Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
So anyway, somebody on Rumble during the commercial actually, Lummy, sent me the Blitz saying goodbye.
Oh yeah.
Last year.
Yeah.
And God, a lot of times chat is a little bit of a pain in the ass and they don't like us, but boy, they know where a lot of things are, and sometimes they can really,
that's an assist right there.
It is. That is an assist.
I got the podcast audio for you here shortly too.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to play this real fast though, but as we're building the story that we're going to make.
Yeah, just for later if you need it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
So Blitz did something last year that put me in a position where I had to get rid of him. And I'm going to play portions of that later. This is an all-day event. This is such a huge thing. But Blitz put me in a position last year, and it was almost exactly they got fired, or they both left the show within 6 days of each other. Blitz's last day was April 14th of 2023, and Anna's last day was last Friday at 4:20.
Lummy looks exactly the same today as he does in.
I'm wearing the same shirt. Oh my God.
Same headphones.
Except his beard's a little bit more on point a year ago.
Different mic cover.
Yeah, different mic cover. So Blitz didn't have another job. I fired Blitz, and Blitz asked me that day. I went a month as I was going through the Blitz information, playing, as if nothing was happening. The one thing this is going to show you guys, I think the chat is going to have far more respect for me. Listen, I don't care.
I hope so, because they're holding it against you, Bubba. Because they're like, oh, Bubba said that, he didn't get fired, that he left for another job, so then he's lying. Well, it's like,
listen,
give him a chance to explain why he did that.
I lied because had I told the truth, he would have looked horrible. And so I tried to make my friend, who should be in prison, I tried to make my friend not look like a thief. And I let him, and so for like 3 or 4 weeks as we are forensically investigating what Blitz did to me, I'm playing like it was no big deal. Like, listen, nobody knew about this. Lummy, you knew about it because Ashley was helping me with the Excel spreadsheets.
Yes.
But you and Tom Bean, Red, I don't know if you knew about this or not. But anyway, we're for a month. March 29th, I was closing out the show's PayPal.
Hall of Fame Cable Dog, $100, Venmo.
Thank you, Cable Dog. March 29th, I was closing out. I'm sorry, February 29th, March 1st, I was closing out the month like I do every month. And when we started the PayPal account, I told Blitz that he could use that money as a slush fund to buy anything that we needed for the radio station. Water, paper towel, toilet paper, cleaning products, peanut hay for the goats, microphones, anything that we needed for this company.
Jeans.
Yeah, not
STD tests.
He bought like 10 pair of jeans. He bought a $600 4-inch lift kit for his Polaris. He bought a $1,800 AR-15 from Bradenton Armory. He bought side-by-side covers. He bought welcoming mats, shower curtain rods, an STD home and a home STD kit. Yeah, I didn't. So as I'm looking at February's PayPal, I noticed that for the first time in a long time that PayPal wasn't a positive for the month. Like usually we'd get like $3 or $4 grand in over the month, Lummy, and it would be like, we had like, 15, 1600 in expenses, and that was kind of like what it usually was. So I never really, and shame on me, but this does not happen now because I've locked PayPal down so much that nobody has access to it except me. But when we opened up our PayPal, he had a credit card and he was to use it for station stuff. So I start breaking it down early March 1st, and I find all this stuff.
Well, the problem too is that we got suspended from, I think it was YouTube. We didn't do a $199, so we didn't have that big monthly pop.
Yeah. So anyway, I start looking into the PayPal deal, and I find stuff that, I'm like, wow. Oh my God.
But it was planned out because didn't he get gift cards and then go use the gift cards and buy stuff?
We'll get into all that.
All right,
the even more detailed on that as we're building this. But so the first thing I do too is I go to Tom Bean. And I go to Tom Bean and I said, Tom, here's what I got. And Tom says, that's okay. Let me have a meeting with him and tell him that he needs to go through all these expenses, the 4-inch lift kit for your Polaris, your 36 by 34 Wrangler jeans, your guns, your just, everything that I absolutely positively know is not a BRN expense. Go through and give us an explanation as to what it is, what it's for, and in an Excel spreadsheet. So there's like 290 or 280. There's over 247 of these charges.
Not $247, 247 charges.
For now, this was just
different events.
Now hold on. This was just fiscal year 2023. So Tom Bean meets with him. I'm there. I have footage of that I can play here momentarily. And Blitz spends the weekend, says, I'll have it to you on a thumb drive, comes back on Monday, gives it to me, and gives me $1,800 cash. And I'm like, what's this? And he goes, well, I went through, and I think that's about, I gave him his cash back because I knew the figure. And the figure was closer to 70-some thousand. And so at that point, I didn't want to accept any cash from him or any payment from him. I said, hold on to your money. We'll get through it. We probably need to have another talk.
Were you still planning on keeping him at this point?
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. And so he didn't pass the test. He lied. The numbers were just absolutely astronomical. And I'm going to break all that down because I have the footage of it. But after a month of him going back and forth, and I at this point told him I had to get rid of him. I have 3 years to call the Tampa City police and have him arrested. But I love him too much, and he's been my friend too long and listen, right in the pantry, I have a banker box full of this. That's been completely laid out. The likes of Ashley and the Merch Crick and Tom Bean and Jim Martin and my accountants, they have broken it down to, and listen, you know what detectives hate? Detectives hate when you call them and say, hey, I got a guy that's been been embezzling from me, and here's my bank account number, and they have to go, the detectives have to go and look at and find all the stuff that we've already found. Like literally, Lummy, you're familiar with the data that we found. It is hand delivered to give to a detective for him to spend a week to validate and then arrest him. Blitz would be arrested. No question about it.
Did you also think it made you look like you didn't know what was going on here and it made you look bad at all?
Yeah. I think it did. There was a certain element of I felt responsible and I trusted, somebody too much with my money, and I just got my ass just handed to me. well into six figures.
Did you ever
from somebody that I thought would never, who I loved, who I absolutely loved, and who I told in various meetings, hey, listen, I love you, man. You are my friend. I've known you for 20 years. You were my roommate. I said, and I'll find. Let me. We have all this on tape.
Yeah.
I'll find a part. There was a part, Seth, where I said, hey, listen, I don't care if it's 5,000 or 55,000. As long as you're honest with me, we can get through it. I will not fire you if you're honest with me. I said that. I don't care how big the number is, I will not fire you as long as you're honest with me and don't insult my intelligence, so that when I give you a list of 127 things that we can't figure out what they are, your Polaris side-by-side cover, your home STD kit, your condoms.
What was the most egregious one that...
he bought a barbell set and barbells, a dumbbell set and dumbbells for about $800.
Oh,
but he would also,
it wasn't the AR. That was
he bought an AR, which was
$1,800,
and then so it just. And then he says, "Well, the AR, the upper and the lower is at the radio station somewhere." I'm like, "Listen, but I didn't tell." Listen to me, okay? So the AR upper and lower that you bought is at the radio station. So I think technically you could probably say you didn't steal it, but I never asked you to order an AR upper and lower. Like I never came to you, hey Blitz, go to Bradenton Armory and buy me an upper and a lower. No, so that was yours. I didn't say it. So I was just like, I just need you to be honest. I'm in the middle of an IRS. Everybody here knows I'm in the middle of an IRS audit. We all know that. And so my accountant is, as we're getting closer to, listen, let's not forget it, the day that he got fired, 4/14. The reason why is my IRS agent and my accountant are like, I need all these expenses earmarked, because we have to file, the IRS situation we have 1 day to file. When you're under an audit, they don't let you extend. You don't get extensions. And so we started this process, don't forget, March 1st. My first time I met with Blitz was March 1st. And he had an entire month to come up with all this stuff and keeps delaying and delaying and delaying and delaying. And finally, I'm like, I have to know what the home STD kit had to do with the radio show. I need to know what a 4-inch Polaris lift kit has to do with the show. I cannot write those off as a show expense without getting in trouble. Let me 100 on the PayPal, 843-BUBBA. Thank you, guys. And you know what? I think people are going to have a whole new respect for me and really my worldliness and my fairness on how up until this day, a year and 7 or 8 days after Blitz got fired, is the first time that you're hearing I safeguarded him and covered his ass and shut my mouth for 2 reasons. 1, not to humiliate my friend, and 2, not to put added pressure on his girlfriend. And, Anna. And 3, I should have just got rid of her as well, because it made it very awkward, but I tried my hardest to keep her around. I didn't want her to get penalized for his thievery.
Wasn't that something that he was begging you for?
No, it's something that I said, you know what? I hope we can keep Anna out of this. It's not her fault. So we've gone through the accounting. We know the number's huge. I'm contemplating with Tom Bean and Steve, your brother, actually, Dan, was was a major person, and him and Tom Bean, Mark Tate, Kevin Hazlett, Jay, listen, you know what? Let's give him a set of golden handcuffs. I guess that's what the mobs call it or whatever. Let's give him a set of golden handcuffs. Let's not humiliate him. He's absolutely created felony type what's it called? Not extortion. I'm sorry. Embezzlement.
And embezzlement is when you're allowed to have control of money, but then you use it improperly.
Right.
That's like he had access to the money legally.
Yep.
But he didn't do the right thing with it. That's what embezzlement. That's the definition of embezzlement.
Corporate and business embellishment happens all the time, where you have access to this account,
but you don't use it properly.
You have access to the money, but you use it for non-business related. You use it. Chances are you're using it personally. You're using corporate money personally, and that's what he had done. So I'd been through a month with him, back and forth, back and forth. I have tape of it. I'll show it. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And, it was well into six figures. So I finally decide, you're done. I'm going to fire you. I just cannot believe you did this to me. And Blitz, I have up to 3 years to file this legally, but if you just go away quietly, I won't speak of this, and it is what it is. You can tell people, we'll tell people, I didn't lie to you people. I tried to make, because how much harder would this have been on Anna had people known the truth?
Oh, yeah, people have resented her.
So I did this to help her. I kept her employed because I valued her what she brought to the show, and I sat there and took $250,000 ass raping from an employee that admits he did it. I mean, and it's tough. It's tough not to admit that you did it when
it's all laid out there.
It's all laid out there. Oh, let me Charles. I think it's Charles Ramsey. Is that a new name?
Sounds like it.
Charles Ramsey.
It's Blitz. He's feeding us back some cash.
He's trying to bleed back some Willie. Charles Ramsey, $100 on the PayPal and Cash App at the Bubba Army. So Blitz asks me on Friday. Friday's his last day. I'd never spoken a word about this. You guys are like, what? What's going on here? Like me telling you this. And there were some people that knew. Like the Creatine Travises and the Big Reds, they knew. Bubba Lights, they were trying to tell you people that
Iggy
that wouldn't believe.
Longwood,
and so
Grouper.
He tells me, and this is absolutely unheard of in radio for you to usually be able to say goodbye.
They pull you right off the stage,
right? Like I have, I think maybe only in a couple instances where I didn't get fired. I got to say goodbye at 103 PFR. I got to say goodbye at KTFM. I got to say goodbye at the Power Pig. I didn't get to say goodbye at 98 Rock. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye at Cox. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye at Beasley. So usually you've messed up so bad that they don't want you to have a show to say goodbye. Even Seth had to strategically pick his within a break as to saying goodbye.
Oh, at the Bone?
Am I not right?
Well, yeah, at the Bone, they didn't know what to do with me because Drew and I got in a fight, and they just told me to go home for a week and a half, and that they would pay me. And I just said, hey, if you don't let me go on the radio, I'm going to go over social media and talk about why I'm leaving. And then they let me in that day to say goodbye.
Right. Seth, typical strong arm.
I busted him up with my 20,000 Twitter followers.
Mm-hmm. I busted him up with my 20,000 Twitter followers. So I said to Blitz, I really would. I wish I could have gone on the air. And for a year and 10 days, I've been biting my lip as to what I'm telling you right now. But I would, much rather have said, Blitz, today's your last day because you went hog wild with the PayPal account. And for the last 3 years, you've been clipping me. To the point where you buy, gift cards. I mean, buy 10 different gift cards, and each one of them are for a different amount. One of them's for 106, one of them's for 103, one of them's for 102, one of them's for 104, because you walk up to the counter and say, I want a $100 gift card, and then you add a pack of bubble gum to one of them, and you add a Coke to the next one, and you add a water to the next one, and you add a pack of M&Ms on the next one.
Why?
Because it's a purchase of an item and not a gift card.
Oh.
So, and you can do it. You can do it. You know, $1,000 gift card throws a red flag. A $100 gift card doesn't.
With a pack of gum.
Right. So that's various things that he did. So here is exactly a year and 6 or 7 days ago. And it's unheard of for a host to even allow this.
Oh, do you want to take a break first?
Yes.
Okay.
It would be super on time.
Yep.
And I'll come back with Blitz's the day that he said last year when he said he was going on to a new job and a new opportunity. That's what I had come up with that he should probably say.
Help us fill up the coffers again, everybody.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Peeking its
Morning,
little
Robert.
head out. Peeking its little head out. Oh, let me take it for you.
So Creed and Travis. White iced tea.
What's up, crazy?
Purple. His. Oh my God, what's up, Organic Gene? Good morning. What's up, John Kustika?
Big longer.
In my opinion,
That's fine.
yes.
That right.
I don't think so. Yeah? Is that what you're saying? You're
Yeah.
saying that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Organic genes or something.
Association.
Right. I understand. Yeah.
Good things.
Right. There go our to be.
What's up, Red Wave? The gun guy. It's John on Friday.
John Kostika, Jeff Schwartz.
John Kustika.
CC list. Carry the control. So Chase Ramsey. Sarasota Chase.
Blue Jays.
Richard Gerber. He fell.
I don't know about that one, Brian.
I can't really, he fell. I can't really answer state questions. African nut. Or American nut, 76, call me. 18 knockage. I'm looking for two.
DO87Z28.
See if we can find it. Here's me.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's see Friday. So just to go see.
Who's horny? I'm horny. Oh, geez, are these all the records, man? Holy crap. Oh, man. Yeah, I thought Blitz was a douche, too, guys. He tried to get me fired every day. But Bubba stood strong. Hey, look, somebody on YouTube's name is Seth's 20,000 Twitter followers.
Oh my God! It just came up. That's funny. Nah.
Blitz didn't need the money. He lived with his parents. What up, Don't Panic, It's Organic. What up, Costica?
No, Seth, he moved out, buddy.
What's that?
He moved out. He moved with his parents.
He moved out?
Yeah. Camper Scott, can you hear me?
You moved into Lummy's place, remember?
I don't know. Lummy just told me that today. Lummy said that Blitz gave a bunch of gift cards and Lummy let him move in. And that those regular jeans were actually for Lummy.
Lummy, I've seen size 36 and, you know.
What, since 8th grade?
Yeah.
What up, Permagrom?
Good morning, Jamie.
What up, Thuggish Ruggish? Oh shit, we're that. All right, we gotta fix that clock. I keep thinking we have more time than we do.
Yeah.
What up, Lunger? I don't like this 5-minute thing, Sponjo.
Well, I mean, it gives him more content, lover.
What up, Nats fan? But I can't talk to the people like I used to.
Yeah, well,
It's too
you
fast.
Stop spending so much time outside.
He went from strip clubs and mansions to golf carts and pickleball. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I had a wonderful day Saturday with my mother. It was kind of celebrating my birthday gimmick. And
what'd she get you?
I was going to ask the same.
Well, she
little negligee pictures.
She got me something that was a little bit nostalgic from my childhood home, 1915 Rosemont in Warsaw, Indiana, which is where I was born and stayed there till I was 16 years old. There we had this bread, where my mom, like a bread drawer, or like have you ever seen Dan, like you put them on a counter and you put your bread in there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had one, and my mom was going to throw it out. And I was like, no, that's one of the only things that we have from Warsaw, from 1915 Rosemont, from through
some nostalgia.
Yeah, it's like I don't know that we have very many things in our family heirloom, if you will, that come from 1915 Rosemont. That's when we were the whitest of Triz, didn't have any money, it's government housing at best. But so I asked my mom, I like to have that bread drawer, because as you get older, you get a little more sentimental. And then she gave me a large amount of cash that was very embarrassing. And I'm like, Mom, she wrote me this really, really super nice letter. Let me 100 from Trey Bill. Thank you. I think people, by the way, PayPal and Venmo at the Bubba Army. I think people are starting to kind of, and I don't want you to feel sorry for me, but I think that you might. The only thing I want you to feel for me is maybe a tad more respect that you had for me in keeping this quiet to safeguard a friend and a coworker. Because
I think it was noble. So it was a bread box. She gave you a bread box?
With $700 in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like bigger than a bread box. It was actually the exact size of a bread box.
It was, yeah, and it was one of the very last things we had from 1915, and she didn't want it anymore. She's like, I'm throwing this thing out. I'm like, no. That's what I want. Plus, there's nothing my mom and sister can really buy me that I want. Like, right. I got everything I need. I've really I made my life more simple, and I don't need anything. So that's what I got. So then we did our standard, at my mom's, but my mom we had to really clean out the garage because she had all of Jeff's golf clubs and, just a bunch of stuff from Jeff that we had to kind of, so me and the Merch Crick organized her garage for her, and then we went to Culver's. That's where we always go.
Holy hell!
Samantha Fox jet skis, $500.
Woo! Man, Samantha Fox did not jet ski, but huge contribution on the super chat, right, Hummel?
Thank you. Yes.
Man, thank you so much, sir.
You look better than she does now, Bubba.
She said, Bubba, the king of Tampa, and a lineup just improved.
Well, so we went to Culver's, and then came back and.
Wait, your mom gave you $700?
Yeah.
You want me to turn that into $400 for you real fast?
No.
Okay.
You're very Seth.
$700. That's awesome, man.
I mean, I know.
Yeah.
Well, I see. I
we
gave
can
my
do
mom
some things around here.
I
with that.
actually gave my mom $500 for her birthday in March.
Oh, okay. I
And
see.
she's like, "Listen, don't do that. That's too much."
You're up 200.
And so that's what she said. She's like, "Listen, I just gave you back your $500 and added 2." And I go, "Well, you know what? For Mother's Day, is Mother's Day gone already?"
No, it's coming up.
So I said, "For Mother's Day, I'm just going to add another 200 and it'll be 9." And she said, "Well, then you know what? For Christmas, I'll just make another 200 and then it'll be 11." And then I go, "Well, then you know what? For your birthday next March, I'll add 200 and it'll be 13." And she goes, "At what point do one of us stop and say thanks?"
What
You're
Tara's
gonna mark the bills and see if they're the same ones.
I don't know.
And meanwhile, you're both borrowing money from Tara.
Yeah.
for
Meanwhile,
these.
we're both, on Tara's payroll. So Tara did tell me, she's like, "Man, as well as you can probably communicate over the phone, and as good of a communicator you are, if you had a script or something," she said I could work for her company. Like get out of here, get off the air like around 11:30, as long as I got over to the call center, which her call center is like 3 blocks from here.
Mm-hmm.
You know where it's at, right,
It's handy.
Seth?
Is this the one where she said you could make $250,000?
She said you could make $300,000 if you just worked the phones from noon to 5 every day. And I'm like, you know what? I
don't know why you're not going to do that.
Because I'd be exhausted.
Why? Because of commissions? Is it a commission based?
There's so much money.
But she just said a person that's good and has a gift of gab and is personable easily makes $250,000 to $300,000 a year at her place.
Well, Dan's interested
She
now
said
on his
she's
lunch
got.
break.
Dan said she's got 15 of those people that make that kind of money. She said I got another 30 or 40 people that make $150 to $200. I'm like, man, but I just don't have the energy to go over there and say, the rejection factor, right? Getting hung up on, getting robbed.
Yeah, but at least you have this to fall back on. Like you can be.
I just told Tara, listen, if I can get an employee not to rob that amount from me in a year, I'm already that much ahead.
Jesus.
Right?
Just stop the theft. Yeah,
I'm going to make $227,000. I mean, I made $227 extra $1,000 last year without even making it.
Yeah, you had to fix the leak before you have to fill the tub.
All right, so let's go back to the Anna Blitz deal. And
where were we, Papa?
Well,
we were at the place last day.
This is his last day, and I'm going to now. A lot of people still don't know what Anna did, and we're building this story. Do we play this? Do a little bit of, or do we completely thoroughly get through this whole timeline and not jump to what Anna did on Friday?
I think we get through the timeline.
Okay.
You want to wrap this part up, don't you?
Yeah, well, yeah, but this is, but
it shows more disrespect too. At the end of the day,
so let me just. I think, before I play this, I have to show this, and I want everybody to know. If you look on camera, over here, this is, by the way, Ashley and Merch Crick and Tom Bean and Jim Martin and Brad. And a lot of people helped prepare all this. This is a lot of data. Here is one folder. And so, as you can see here, I have a copy for law enforcement. This is for TPD. And then this is each individual transaction broke down. This is a bar graph of the transactions, and here are all of the transactions, every one of them, every one of them. And then this is a paraphrase. This is I'm going to paraphrase, as you can see my folder right here, and they've.
Do you have strict instructions on that not to throw it away?
Oh no, I have 3 copies of this.
Okay.
There's no. This is if I go to no, this is not in Macho's world. If I go to law enforcement, it's done. Here it's everything's done.
Yeah, but
so let me just go through. This is $284,098. $240,000 unaccountable non-business. So here's I'm not going to give you the amounts. I'm just going to run through. These are things for sure that we knew weren't used for the Bubba Radio Network.
Captain Ice and Mike, 50 on the Venmo.
First of all, 21,674 at Walmart. 5 Apple iPhones. One of them was on us. One MacBook 14, which was on us. Crypto, gold, guns, silver, kayak supplies, seats and racks, four-wheeler parts.
Oh my God! Anna told me they were on kayaking the other day.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, Jesus.
He bought a seat. Now, one of the seats that he bought for his kayak is so that he could drive Reagan around all last February when she stayed in a tent with him.
Oh, for the four-wheeler.
Yeah. So one of his four-wheeler seats he bought was so that he could haul her friend Reagan around. They went to the Winter Nationals at my track, Reagan and Blitz, and stayed in the same tent together. Did they not, Lummy? And Colton is the one that brought that up.
Yes.
And so I'm at the track last year, driving around, getting the track ready, grading and stuff. Blitz has complete carte blanche of the track. He can go wherever he wants. And I see him hauling Reagan everywhere. I'm like, well, I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that one. He had a dip. There was a dip for like a coating that you put on your four-wheeler. Home goods, pool supplies, Tyler laundry detergent, underwear, jeans, socks, V-necks, shoes, razors, toilet seats, axle for his Jeep, Toyota parts, which is for Anna's car, Tanny goggles, sectional sofa sleep covers, weight bench, comforter set, hotel quality sheets, Home Depot, see receipts, Amazon personal account, see receipts, Best Buy, all of his groceries, gas, ring cameras, blink cameras, Apple iTags, 14-channel security system, 10 GoPros, drones, doorknobs, 4 sets of noise-canceling earbuds, a home STD kit, ham radio, radio scanners, police scanners, radar detectors, Android scanner, a case for a MacBook 14, a CB radio, micro-needling rollers, 2 Bluetooth waterproof speakers, vitamins, bamboo sheets, and dog supplies. That's just in this folder.
Oh, man.
In this folder, there's again, you can see there's graphs. And there's.
I'm surprised people are having a really hard time understanding how this ties in with Anna.
Well,
and they can't see this, how this all worked out over the last year.
And as you can see, I have 3 copies, and so I have him dead to rights. I got Blitz dead to rights last year, dead to rights, and he lies, and he says he brings me $1,800. And he actually has a meeting with Tom Bean, and Tom Bean lays it all out. Tom Bean's like, listen, just be honest with us so we can get through. And the reason why I need you to be honest with us is because we're going through a tax audit right now, and we have to legitimize these expenses as to either their business for the Bubba Radio Network or their personal for you. And if they're personal for you and it's illegal, I don't know if embezzlement is tax deductible or not. Employee theft, I don't know. So we're trying to go all through it. We finally, through an unbelievable amount of research, as you can see here, irrefutable. Is it unrefutable or irrefutable, Dan?
Irrefutable.
Irrefutable evidence. I finally tell him, Blitz, you know what? I'm not going to fire you. I'm sorry. I'm not going to have you arrested, because it would ruin your life. Everything that you like, this is a felony, first of all. And everything that you like in life, guns and, your Second Amendment freedom and just, I think this scores out to be like 2 to 4 years. And even if you've never been in trouble, I think it's 6 months in probation. I think you've never been in trouble, you're an outstanding citizen. I think even if you plead this thing down, that it's like 6 months. I talked to Kevin, like 6 months, year probation and 6 months or 3 to 6 months behind bars. And so I couldn't do that to him. So I ate it. Not only did I eat it, but I offered him an opportunity to go on the air and me not be, listen, I've been lying to you guys. You know what? I'm sorry. But I've been lying to you guys for well over a year so that I didn't put Anna in an uncomfortable situation and that he didn't have to, go to prison because.
And people want to know if she knew.
Here's the thing. I think that she absolutely did know because I've gone back and her Apple 14 Mac phone and her
computer.
I think she the home STD kit that they bought. I mean, how do you not? I mean, unless he's lying to her and she just thinks that he's buying it all himself. So that's why I gave her the benefit of the doubt and I didn't fire her. I think that I took absolutely the highest of roads here by letting him walk away, by letting him get on the air and say goodbye. I got another job. And for me, for a year, lying and having to deal with this 800-pound gorilla in the studio while dealing with her. I resented her. I was mad at her because
you tried to make it work.
I tried to make it, and she did know because she was in the studio when I hugged him goodbye minutes after this break right here. This is his last break last year. And I should have been transparent and just said, hey, listen, the guy's not going to have an ability to say goodbye and tell the Bubba Army he misses you. Instead, I'm going to blurt my fat ass in there. You took 240, kid. You're gone. Or not even have you in here. Like fired you, when I started getting this data immediately. Here's the last break from last year. Hold on. Now, you guys all know what I know at the time of this break and how cool I was to allow it to go down like this when you know the totality of what he did. Somebody gave us a large contribution, and at this point, I'm just trying to pick and choose how I get into this break and get the hell out of here because I'm a miserable, anxiety-ridden wreck right now. There you go. So, please don't send me any more money because this is a very important matter, and this is never an easy situation at all. It's just not. When you have a change in the show, and we have a very major one, and I wanted to be very transparent about it. I've struggled with this now for quite a while, and Blitz has struggled with it equally, and Blitz has another opportunity that which should be called the Hillsborough County Jail. That's what his opportunity should be, but it's not because I'm just not going to do that to him. A very good opportunity, and we've gone back and forth now quite some time. And you can see that I'm actually being honest in the fact that we did for a month go back and forth on these reports. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of when talking truth to what I'm saying, and it breaks his heart. As it breaks ours, that today was Blitz's last day on the show. And Blitz was, and I didn't know how, necessarily how to handle it. And we both agreed, rather than to go on and on and on. See, Jay knows. Jay knows.
Well, look at Anna on those fingernails. Holy crap, she's about to tear them off.
Jay knows, and Jay knows the Iggy. So Jay is like, man, my name's Bennett, and I ain't in it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can very rarely get Jay to walk back off a mic. Bitch, it's an open mic. Jay's gonna attack it. When Jay does not have his mouth up to that microphone to chime in a Jay type way, some stuff's going down.
Lummy's the only one that looks comfortable.
I just know I'm dying to hear what he says because I know everything too.
Yeah, I mean, Lummy knows the truth.
Yeah.
I think Anna knows the truth. I think everybody knows the truth, except and Jay certainly knows the truth. I talked to him and Steve. So hold on. We would rather just make it kind of more simple because the more we go on and on, the more emotional, and the more the worse it comes for you, Blitz. It would just end up being because we all want to cry and be sad. And boy, we've had a lot of that this week.
I know it's like man, out of all days. Yeah,
of all days, and so. The one thing, I'm like, Blitz, how do you want to handle this? And he's like, I'd like to just have, and as you can see, I've been I responsibly did it in short space.
Yep.
You're like, we're not at 58 right now, getting cut off of the network. I'm like, I want to give you plenty time to say your goodbye, and so I give you the floor, Blitz, and mind you now, be a boss, be a radio host, and know that somebody's clipped you for a lot of money, and you're allowing them. Because we have such a public job, and I don't want the public to I just don't want him to go out like that because he's a friend, and so realize that.
And Bubba, the other thing is that more money was taken from you in those 3 years than you actually took home yourself.
Oh yeah, I mean
over half of the money that you could have had was gone. Someone stole over half of your money for 3 years.
I know.
That's like if you make $5 million and someone steals $100,000 from you, like, oh well, that's a lot of money. But this was over half of your money.
I actually showed the employees I showed everybody a couple weeks ago. We got our my tax has been filed. I mean, I'll let you say it. What was my 1099 this year? My personal not my business, but on my personal tax returns, what was how much I made? Do you remember?
No, I try to
Seth,
forget.
do you remember?
It's a very small amount.
Negative $9,000.
Minus $10,400.
Yep.
Close without going over. Bam.
Price is right.
So I'm just saying, because
you made negative.
Yeah. My W-2 was negative because I lost money on some stocks that I had to cash in early to pay the IRS, and I only paid myself I only need like $1,800 a month to live.
Merch Creek is loaded.
Let's just be honest. Merch Creek pretty much pays my way. I need about $1,800 for my car payment, my cell phone bill, a little bit of insurance. So anyway. You're right. The money taken, the 240 or whatever the hell the number is, I don't know that we'll ever really know the number. We have accounting for quite a bit. So I should have had the cops here ready to arrest the dude. I got all the information, but I didn't want to do it to him. I didn't want to ruin his life, and I didn't want his girlfriend not to be on the air anymore. I wanted to take the high road and be a man. I will shake your hand, give you a big hug.
Absolutely.
And
it's been a lot of fun. I love all you guys. The Pub Army's awesome.
PayPal count strong.
I'll still be around. You'll still see me.
I think you and Anna are always going to be boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yep.
So you always have a tether into the show in more ways than not. And makes me sick of my stomach how nice I was. I don't want to make. I love me. Everybody thinks, Bubba's being mean. Bubba bullies Dan. Bubba bullies Anna. Yeah, I'm real bully. I'm a real dick, aren't I?
They don't know.
Dan, you've had people arrested that have embezzled from you, have you not?
Mm-hmm.
It's too long because I'll get emotional as well.
Mm-hmm.
So,
it's been on the mind for a long time, and it's not something I really wanted to do, but like I said, I love the whole Bubba Army, everybody, and I'll see you guys around. I'll be at events every now and then, and you'll see me in videos or something, or something that Anna does. It's been a lot of fun, and I love all you guys. Obviously, if anyone needs help here, reach out. I'm not not gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Thank you for your service, my friend.
Thank you.
We will see you guys on Monday. So there's that.
What a prick.
and I will tell you this before I go into words. He always talked crap about everybody. Everybody sucked. Everything was negative. And his number one target was you, Seth. He wanted you gone. And I gave him way too much credence and, to the point, way too much power. Way too much. Hold on. Way too much, not free, trust. I mean, I trusted him that the things that he would buy with our PayPal account, were for the business.
But Bubba, with him wanting me out and him talking to you every single day about it, it's funny because when I came back on the show, Anna was going, "Oh, you wanted me fired," and I was like, "That's not true." But that was Blitz was the one that was telling her that I wanted her fired, which just wasn't the case at all. What was Blitz's when he would try to get you to get rid of me? What was his number one thing?
Did you're just always bitching, always talking bad about people, always conniving, always just any little thing, like if you'd have a little meltdown or a little moment, which by the way, you were then more meltdownable than you are now. I think we've all grown a lot since that area.
I'm also aware enough and have enough experience to know that he had those feelings towards me the whole time.
And you were right.
Yeah.
And you came to me and I stuck up for him.
You did. You're like, don't make me choose. He's my best friend. You're not going to like the answer if you make me choose between you guys.
I mean, I'm so loyal.
Yeah.
I'm so loyal. And so, but here's and people are like, oh man, he must have something. He must have had something on Bubba for Bubba not to file. He didn't have anything on me. He has a very high level skill set of potentially being a troll and ruining my life.
You thought he was going to disrupt your business.
And he still could. I mean, he still could. He has that skill set. So I took the high road, but I don't know. Since the Anna situation went down on Friday, I felt as if I can be truthful and listen, I am not, if I was here and I didn't have this evidence and I just had a couple little things and I didn't have thousands between Ashley, Merch Crick, Tom Bean, Brad, my accountant.
Did he steal money from Lummy?
I don't know if he stole anything from Lummy, but a lot of the stuff that was household goods ended up in Lummy's apartment.
Oh,
or,
okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, Lummy's
house, yeah.
Second home,
yeah,
on Opelika or whatever the hell it's at.
Opelika Trail.
And so he didn't have anything on me, but what he does have on me is I'm afraid that he could hack into my. I mean, we've tried to button our stuff down, but if a person is, listen, I would hope that he would be a man and not mess with me, because I've not messed with him, and the only thing that I'm doing right now is telling the truth as to all this went down, because I don't know necessarily that I owe you a pass anymore. And I think that Anna and what Anna did might have been at your direction. And I will tell you this, I have to go into words, Lummy, but after Blitz left, I felt as if Anna started being more Blitz-like, more negative, more trying to get little zips up on me. And so I've always felt that way. I've told a few people, and maybe now her behavior starts to make a little sense. Well, instead of her being forever grateful to me, because I should have fired her too. Because I know for a fact some of the things that she has are right here in my reports. But I didn't. Because I didn't want to blame her for what he did. What were you going to say, Seth? I'm sorry.
You know what? I forgot, Bubba, but it's okay. You're rolling there.
Thanks.
I was just probably looking for some more details on calling people out.
Yeah. So, Lummy, I do have... Now,
yes, that's why I did not invite Anna to my birthday, everybody.
Yeah, for real.
People have asked that. Because,
Anna was not well liked by us because of this. And when we went to Orlando, Blitz was never in. I took Anna aside and said, I know what I said on the air, but I don't want him showing up at any of our appearances. I don't want him at the Tampa Tarpons game. I don't want him at our Orlando appearances. If we got something, you're just going to have to come by yourself. I do not want to see him or have him at any of your Instagram stuff. I don't want any of it. And there was a couple of times where him and her had gone to food and music festivals and things like that, and she had him in there, and I would just either unpublish it or not, or delete it, because I just didn't want any reminder. And so,
a lot of people want to know if they're still together.
I think they are.
Yeah,
I think they are.
Yes.
And so there's a couple different aspects I still got to get into this, and one is. Because I have surveillance here at the studios, the bathrooms are not. I don't have a blink system in the bathroom, but I do have a blink system in the old it's since been remodeled. I mean, it's not part of the Clem Gym, but in the old green room, I have a camera. I got a camera at the entrance. I got a camera. In the back hall, in the hallway here when you first walk in the side. And then I got an outdoor camera facing the gate and an outdoor camera facing the back. And Blitz had several meetings with me and Tom Bean as we were wading through this financial stuff. And I think I get into that before I get into what Anna did on Friday. I need some direction as to what you guys think.
Well, yeah, because I think, again, if I'm not mistaken, the reason Anna isn't here, it really doesn't have much to do with this whole Blitz saga.
Oh, it has nothing to do with
exactly. Like, it's not even related. So I think you kind of put a cap on this so you can get people caught up on the timeline.
Yeah,
and then we can.
And it shows the disrespect from Anna's angle from even doing that.
Okay, but yeah,
the non-appreciation.
Correct.
But Rhett, you're right. Let's go ahead and get through that, close that out, and then be like, okay, now let's move to last Friday. I think that's what we do.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We were drunker than Nick Hogan's wife when we put this thing together. BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Jack me
off. Wow, look at that, Bubba.
What?
Hell.
Found out from Wizzy why she hasn't been able to come all the time to 199.
Beach Metal Detectives.
Oh, okay.
I agree.
You didn't get anything?
I got a shirt.
Oh, did you? Okay.
You got something too, Seth.
No, I know. I'm just, I'm not. I don't feel like this is a real presents occasion.
Beach Metal Detectives.
Oh man. What up, internet?
No, Chuck and Leslie sent us some stuff.
No, I know they're awesome. I just, maybe later. I don't know. Babyface, is that really true? Can you really go on a YouTube timeout?
Yeah. Dan put him in one.
Let me undo it.
How do you do that?
Back on.
How do you do that? Do you have to be a moderator?
I'm going to have to tell Dan.
Well, Brian was kind of attacking Dr. Dan.
He was saying his employees are all thieves?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, you guys be quiet because I'm going to hit these guys. I don't want Dan knowing that I'm going to hit him.
All right. What up, grouper?
Hi, everybody.
I don't know, Dan. I don't know if Anna has her gate opener.
No, she's going to bring it back and pick up her headphones and stuff.
What up, Timothy?
Yankee Jib, $10 on the super chat.
Thank you guys for helping us out.
Steve wasn't a dick.
You're right, Heather.
You can never get one of the last.
I parked in her spot this morning, Corey.
Good morning, RB.
I always enjoyed that spot. What up, Brian? Travis, thanks for the message, Travis. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you saw the munitions that I was taking. I don't know what the fuck.
198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 198. 1
The milkman's apologizing to you, Bubba, for being a dick. He said sorry.
Well, you guys are gonna have to tell me like, what people are saying because I'm.
Well, the milkman's sorry.
Yeah, Milkman 47.
What, are these people that said bad things about me? And
He said sorry for the bad things. Sorry for being a dick. I mean, shit, I would have fucked Blitz if he was going to buy me those things. I've always wanted to be treated like a fucking hot woman. Ooh. Horny.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you for the rest of the laptop.
Sister Girl teased that whiskey AR is the coolest thing I've seen in months. Fuck CC. RB, good morning.
Oh, Guru.
Danilo.
Oh, fuck yeah. Thank you, Hierarchy.
I love the trade. $1,800 is some crocodile teals for a quarter time. Good deal.
Ethan Travis, $100.
thank you, KT.
Along with
The only man who cheated on the woman that wiped his ass.
That's gross. I love it.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I got all kinds. I got an email from a very good friend of mine. Said that a major customer of his had this happen to him to the amount of about $480,000. The guy had never been in trouble, got 49 months, and then I guess the CPA was able to send the IRS. Like, I guess if you've had something taken from you or something like that. First of all, the guy did 49 months. Whew. And never been in trouble. Secondly, somebody says that you might be able to take it off your taxes or something like that. I don't know. So last March, we have the entire month of March. I discovered this March 1st. I called Tom Bean immediately.
And wasn't it, Bubba, when you told me the story, wasn't it because you needed to buy some equipment and the money that the account you had used didn't have anything in it, so you went to PayPal and then you saw that there was nothing in there?
Right.
Okay.
And then I noticed, I'm like, I better look into PayPal more. And I'm looking at all these numbers. And, I'm like, wow, this I don't think I've ever bought a home STD kit. I don't know that I ever bought 36-inch by 34 20 pairs of Wrangler jeans, and I don't know that I wear a size 15 New Balance, and I don't know that I have bought 10 GoPros and an iPhone and 2 iPhone 14s with an iPhone Mac Pro, DJing system. Like I didn't know that, so I started looking into it, and then I go to Tom Bean, and Tom Bean said, "Well, let's have a sit down with Blitz, and before we can do anything, we got to give him an opportunity to give us receipts or explanations for these charges, because we only have, about 40 days before we got to file April 15th of last year, my business taxes, because I'm currently under an IRS audit. And so all of my expenses that I take as a business need to be accounted for. If something, even to the fact where the paper towels that I use at my apartment aren't supposed to be the ones that I bought for here. I mean, like they specifically want charges. It's called cross-pollination. They don't want you to cross-pollinate business and personal. Dan, you certainly know about that. There's two different worlds you live in. Your business world and its expenses, and then your, what it takes to run your household world.
And when you do, you have to be very liberal about saying things are personal, not very liberal about saying they're from the business.
Like
so if there's a tweener, you got to say this is personal.
Right. Like for instance, if you take out, 4 of your colleagues for dinner at a medical conference, and you pick up the tab, that's something that Diaco Institute of Plastic Surgery can, that's its expense. But when you take Danny out for the Seafood Tower for his birthday, that $800 bill, although you'd love to write it off on Diaco Plastics, that's personal, buddy.
Right.
So, when you have,
well, that's why they have that big Seafood Tower at the office, so Dan can write it off.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to give you some evergreen or just how this all went down. And here's and how transparent we were with Blitz and saying, listen, we don't want to fire you. We just need to know these expenses. Please work with us. We'll get through this.
Did you feel, do you feel absolutely betrayed by him, or are you used to it by now?
No, I mean, it's really only happened one other time, and that's with the Spice Boys sex tape.
Right.
I mean, on this, I'm sure there's been some people take some things here and there. I could care less. I mean, I don't think that my current crew is taking anything.
I just buy pens and sticky notes.
If Lummy takes home, listen, you don't think I know that Lummy probably hasn't sneaked a bottle of liquor out of here or two?
I haven't. I thought about it, Bubba. I'm going to be dead serious. I've thought about it.
Lummy,
in the dark days or now?
Lummy, in the dark days when we had unlimited cases of touch, you're not going to tell me that, yeah, man, one of your touches might have ended up in the backpack. Come on.
No,
now,
I would
buddy.
just drink it right in front of you.
Oh,
I would
okay,
ask you.
right.
I would ask you for it.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't think I have anybody. And secondly, nobody now has this type of access. Nobody has a card. And the merch crick. If you like when Macho Man or Rhett, or if they need to order a software or Adobe or a camera lens or anything that we need now, goes to the merch crick who orders it from our paper, from our account. So checks and balances that I didn't think I needed to have with a guy that had been my friend for 20 plus years, that had actually babysat my kid, that had actually, been was my roommate at one time for 2.5, 3 years.
He lived with you rent free, right?
Oh, of course. So I just wanted to give you just a little bit. We just didn't throw the hammer on this guy. We tried like hell for a month to get this guy to come clean. And to be honest with what's going on. Here's an excerpt in the green room of Tom Bean telling Blitz, Mach, what do you need? You're just sitting over there like you're getting ready to double Dutch in. Oh, you figured out how to do that. Oh, look at that. Thank you.
Look at what?
He changed the 6 minute to 5 minutes. So now, see, now
5 minute breaks.
now the clock works.
Oh, all right.
All right. So here's Tom Bean having a quick little meeting with Blitz when this is first going down.
On here, I highlighted there are some that I don't need. So there's 2 tabs, 2021 and 2022.
Okay.
Eventually, once we get these 2 done, I want to get these done first so that we can file these.
Right.
We're going to need to go back and do the 18, 19, and 20s for what we can, just so that, with the offer of compromise, like I said, there's a chance of getting some money.
And I had an offer of compromise ready for the IRS as I'm trying to strike a deal with them. I can't have all these expenses that I don't have an explanation for.
Sorry.
I was going to say, that's how you know the meeting's here, too, because the damn plane overhead.
Of course.
Is Tom Bean playing a role here, like good cop? Because it seems like he's kind of like luring Blitz in to tell the truth.
He's playing, I need.
He's playing dumb?
No, he's playing, I need these stats so that we can determine the volume of what you've clipped us for, and more importantly, what you potentially took cannot be used as a business expense because Tom's involved in my IRS negotiations. And so that's what Tom's playing. He's like, listen, he's giving the guy enough rope to hang himself, meaning if Blitz came back with the amount, and it was rightfully earmarked business or personal, then we wouldn't have near the problem.
Dawn, $100 in the super chat.
So we're all trying to be organized.
But that's not as imperative right now as these 2.
Okay. Right. Well, we got to get these filed.
That's what I'm saying.
So like we're telling them, listen, these 2 years that we have literally 40 days, we need to know. Yeah, we have 168 expenses here that we don't know what are.
Yeah.
I mean, a 4-inch lift kit for your Polaris, a side-by-side cover, a home STD kit, a dumbbell rack, shower curtains, welcome mats, home blink units. You need to put down that you purchased these for yourself so that we don't denote them as a business expense. And the IRS rolls up in here and says, why is Mr. Clem using an STD kit as a business deduction? Why does Mr. Clem have a 4-wheel drive Polaris side-by-side car cover and 4-inch lift kit? What does that have to do with the Bubba Radio Network?
Who really uncovered the majority of these expenses?
Me.
Oh, it was you? Okay. I don't know if it was like Tom Bean or Ashley.
Me at first, and then it just started blowing my mind that I handed it over to Ashley and Merch Crick and Tom Bean. But,
man.
So we could do it. Right. And, because there's quite a bit of expenses, they're not, Jim was like, I need the backup for these. Okay. So these red ones, these are just the holes.
Yeah.
So
you don't need those?
No, because there's another.
So I'm fast forwarded to some spots that, and if you guys have some spots, it's a 43-minute tape. I just want to show you how we dealt with him. It wasn't adversarial.
Was every one of these?
It was factual, matter of fact, sort of. You know what I'm saying? It was very professional and calm, and just trying to get to the details.
And here I am. I've now sat down. Well, maybe you guys aren't showing it. Maybe we shouldn't show it. But they're not showing it. Yeah, we're not showing it. Don't show it. But you can hear it. You can audibly hear it.
So now you have all just Amazon.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's sorted by date. So then.
And listen, if you know anything about body language, when somebody goes, yeah, I mean, they are freaking out internally, and they are lying their ass off. Am I not right?
Well, I'd be freaked out right now if I knew that I did that and I got Tom Bean sitting next to me.
Yeah.
You're over there. Yeah. I could feel your negative energy.
Right.
And scenario. Yeah.
Would you have an anxiety attack?
I would just jump out that window.
There's no window. Good luck.
Yeah. Hold on. Here we go. So listen, this is a lot of the, and Rat, if you have any points for me to pick up, let me know too. I know we're kind of just getting through this here.
You can just go to the Amazon account. Is this a BRN Amazon account?
That's a my Amazon account, but yeah.
Okay. So
it's my Amazon account that I'm using your BRN. Yeah, No, hold on. It's my Amazon account that I'm using your BRN PayPal to pay for.
It's mostly BRN stuff, so it'll be easy to go through.
Yeah. So then you just.
As long as you have access.
I have. So go back to that.
Oh, geez, Bubba, you okay?
Yeah, so
Right here. I want you to listen to this.
these two charges right here, what I put for those, because those I use my credit card for, I just use a PayPal account, but like it didn't come out of the PayPal money. It came out of my credit card, those two.
Okay. Those two out of 3,600.
What I put for those, or what should I do about those two?
Just put it in the description.
Okay.
Yeah, just put it in the description.
Yeah, because like those were from my credit card. It just PayPal's a checkout.
So again, Tom's like, all right, then just put it in the description. You know, like put it in the description so that we know that either you paid for this or that it was an expense or not.
Perfect.
So Tom's giving him a thumb drive.
So then you don't have to print or anything. If you just, when you're on the website, just save it and put it to that.
Okay, I will.
And then just.
And Tom's a gangster.
Receipts for.
Gotcha.
He is. He's like, Tom knows that we've got ripped off to the tune of nearly, a lot of money. And look how calm he is. He hands the guy a thumb drive and says, "Just bring me back the stats, bud. Just bring me back the stats." Is it 21? I'm looking at various.
And people are asking if Anna knew this. Yes, Anna was here when this happened.
Yeah, Brian
right?
from Philly, $50 in the Venmo.
Here
Jay's here. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, Jay's here?
Yep.
Good, but he's on. He should
He's
be
on
on.
Anna's, whatever.
Yeah, Jay, how are you?
I'm good. Good morning. Sorry, I was outside waiting on a new code.
His mic's off.
Oh, nobody told him the new code.
Oh,
we got this guy the new code.
He knows now. I told him.
I got it. I was outside waiting on the new code. Danny just hooked me up. So
Okay, new code. Yeah, we got a new code.
That's the one thing about when somebody leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I got to commit the new one to memory.
Here we go. Now, this is. Lummy, we're kind of off time, aren't we?
We're not too bad off.
I mean, like, if I would take a break, we'd be dead on time.
Oh, yeah, we'd be.
Because the next one's going to be long form. It would give me an opportunity to go through and find some various high spots instead of, organically trying to get through them on the air. If I had them pinpointed, it would be far more efficient.
Oh, yeah, and we'd be perfect then.
All right, cool.
Holy shit, a lot of people have worked here. Glad we built BubbaArmyHQ.com for all the PTSD memories.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
I don't know why. The 2.6 thousand on YouTube and 1.7 on Rumble.
I hope I think every person who didn't steal should get a bonus.
2,600 on Rumble. It's the other way around it. So it's 2,600 and 1.7. It's amazing.
You didn't give me 84 Amazon ones, which you have access to. They're on your account. You gave me 14 other ones that are bullshit. You had no descriptions. You had no check marks by the ones that you received, and then out of the
Iggy, it'll be you and me for 2 Live Jew, baby.
I had to go into each one of these receipts, and up this way, I wrote them on the thing I did. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And of the ones that you
What's up, Evan?
I printed each one of them.
What's up, Jason?
What up, Jacko's Rule?
Jay, what's up? Thanks, Chip. I got a good vibe.
Morning, Seth.
What's up, Jay?
Good weekend?
Great weekend. Write a couple of death threats about me.
Really?
Oh,
an ex.
Oh yeah. Went to the pier with my family yesterday.
Beautiful weather, wasn't it?
A little hot at times, but I'm a pussy.
You didn't say it. I resemble that comment
warm.
sometimes. I'm an inside dog.
Fruit baskets, banana hangers, a dumbbell rack, Under Armour, heat tactical compression short sleeve shirt. So hold on.
Looks good, Sean. I'm not leaving car.
Well, you went through it all with him, huh, Bubba?
A side-by-side cover. You didn't, on this list.
What up, Brian?
What's up, Zen Man Goes?
Because Seth doesn't steal TC because I'm not a fucking scumbag.
I went through and listed everything that you did include.
Mitch.
Yellow is marked
Oh, Berto, that'd be cool.
And include that.
I've seen that before.
Go out and then go match with this. I worked 7 hours on this because this looks fucking bad. Well, I fucking go, $1,400 iPhone? Yeah, you told me to turn out how many fucking GoPros.
What's up, big lawyer?
Thank you, Fred.
Sorry about that. I was just trying to get enough to day during the break. It goes back to the default time, so I have to enter it again.
there you go.
The company doesn't open till
Okay.
9 o'clock Central Time.
Okay.
But I'll get an answer today.
Says 2,000 Twitter followers.
I keep thinking it's Macho Man, but it's actually the balloons that are over there.
He's a new one. Look at all the people here today. 558 likes. You guys are killing it.
The results from the STD test are bad, guys. They're bad.
I'm pregnant.
You don't have a link here that you. Bro, these are my taxes. I understand that. That's why I have actually the receipt, and if I don't have a receipt, I wrote not
What up,
be
Jay
your ass.
Roller? That is not, and would never be. A scumbag. Good observation, my friend. Would never.
I ask for money. I don't steal it.
That's right. Yeah, your daughter XXL gaming. What up? I could be pregnant now. I know. I'm identifying as a pregnant woman.
It's so funny. My daughter's asking for money this weekend. I don't know why.
Just when you were out with her?
I think we're just like in her bedroom or something. She asked for money, and I was like, "What?"
It's hard for me to hear, guys. I'm trying to.
I went to Tommy on fucking Friday, and I got my ass reamed up. Well, I mean, I wish you would have asked.
Thanks, buddy.
You know, I understand. I really don't.
That cold water's helping it out.
It's right. Like, I'm not. And I can't give them. And that's why I spent a bunch of time doing it. Like, I mean, I'll finish it. I'm sorry about it. I told you, like, and there's the expenses that are mine. Like, I'll make right. Like, I'm not. And like, I'm sick to my fucking stomach. And I'm not. And I'm not saying it like equals out, but there's been plenty of times.
I think you hired for 65.
Stuff, and I just put it on my card. Like, then that should be included. Okay. I mean, I didn't see the receipt. I just.
1.8.
Bro, this is not a. This is a tax situation. I understand. Okay, I'm trying to remedy my tax. This is a. I'm not trying to fucking remedy it, Bubba. Yeah. Tonight, and I'm going back up on Monday.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. The manliest alpha man that wears women's deodorant. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I know there's a lot of stuff going on in the world. If you really just want to paraphrase and get a cross-section of what's important, just go to my Twitter account because I'll give you everything you need to know, my friends.
That's right.
From the Donald Trump trial to people that are trying to be transphobic and win track meets to girls fighting in the cafeteria to some sexual predator who wanted to have sex with a 7 and 11-year-old shows up in Seattle and gets blown away by the cops. To just all the woke and just all the crazy, stupid stuff and the softness of America and the immigration issue. And every day there's illegal immigrants that are killing Americans. I got it all on my Twitter. It's a great follow. It's at the Bubba Army. Twitter, of course, then at the Bubba Army, which is where our Rumble is, our YouTube, our Facebook, Bubba Army HQ, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. It's all at the Bubba Army.
Kevin Curry, 30 on the Venmo. And Bubba, I just sent you a link. Hierarchy bought us that grill that we talked about at 199. I sent you the link of which one he bought, and it's a pretty pricey grill.
So we were looking for a new grill. See, why would he? We don't need all that.
Yeah, you do.
He got you one of those?
Hierarchy's a big-time grill guy.
Okay,
Yeah,
well
you
then.
need all that.
Thank
You
you.
need all that because crappy grills don't cook as well as good grills.
True.
There's a big difference, but I know it doesn't seem like a difference until you actually use them.
Listen, I'm trying to be frugal here. We don't need a $1,300 grill.
You cook better than a $400 grill.
I'm so very appreciative, Hierarchy. I love you. Thank you so very much.
Hierarchy probably has like a row of all of those at his house. And
Yeah.
which one he wants to use that day.
So as we continue this time, Hierarchy, thank you so very much. PayPal and Cash and Venmo seem to be working quite nicely, Lummy.
Yes, they are.
We're not doing so good on Cash App. They're just being a bunch of dicks. They really, really are. And it's just like I've sent pictures of my ID. I've given them my federal tax. I've actually given them last year's federal taxes. I've sent pictures of my face. I have registered my federal tax ID number, and this is my fourth time now going through these hoops with Cash App. And Cash App is, I have no idea. Let me why, and they got like about $1,100 of our dollars too.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Son of a bitches. So I'll be probably Brian from Philly, Lummy, and William Motherly, Trey Bill.
Thank you, Trey.
Both huge on the PayPal. Thank you, PayPal and Venmo at the Bub Army. So, Anna, I spoke with Anna on Friday after something came down, and I asked her if she wanted to resign or she wanted me to fire her based on what she's got going on. And I gave her the opportunity to choose, and she chose to resign. I then asked her to send me this letter of resignation, and it was just basically her saying goodbye and saying this is a forced resignation. Like, it wasn't what I envisioned. So I figured, and I actually checked with Tom Bean, and he's like, you can publish a public resign letter derived by you as the employer, as long as it's not disparaging or under religious purposes or, ethnic, think like that. Like, if it's just a statement from the company, then you can do that. And so instead of using hers, which, in full transparency, I'll probably read today, as compared to the one that I released on Friday, which was just very
corporate and professional.
Yes, very short and concise. That we'll get to that after we close out the Blitz deal. A year and 2 weeks ago, I fired Blitz for embezzlement. And I think you can see now, I have, maybe Jay will come up during the break and I'll show Jay just the in-depth records that I have. And Jay, not that you're a criminal guy, but I know you're a lawyer guy, and you sometimes have to talk to detectives and stuff and dealing with the things that you do. Mm-hmm. And detectives hate when you say, here's my PayPal account, and I think this guy took X amount of dollars. Can you look into it? They're like, okay, right, buddy. I mean, the amount of hours, and a lot of times they will, but they'll spend the hours and get all this information. Or what they love is when you just got it completely buttoned up for them, and all they got to do is just validate your information as being true from your account.
That's absolutely true. You serve it up on a silver platter, and that's exactly what you did. Otherwise, they have to do a lot of work, and this way you have it. You've dotted your I's, you've crossed your T's, you've looked at all the records. Here's everything cross-referenced. You printed a copy for them. That's the way you get a prosecution.
And all they got to do at that point is just cross-reference and validate the fact that your account is the account that you say in question matches the records that you're giving them.
Correct.
That's it.
Yep.
And it's a very simple thing.
Yep.
So I have this ready to go. And, there was a point of me and there was a part where, because Blitz lied so badly to me, that I wanted to put him in jail. And not only that, but it's an exorbitant amount of money in the world that I live in. Now,
it's a lot of money for anybody when you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's insane.
And especially with, I'm not living high on the hog. I'm not living I don't live like I make $240,000.
No, you could have paid off that girl twice.
What girl?
Stormy.
Oh, why do you got me involved?
But
in that?
I'm saying that's twice of what cost to pay her off.
Jay,
by
can you tell your brother?
That's
shut
that
up.
much money.
Insinuating that I would get into a sex scandal that would cost me $130,000.
It's twice what Trump, a billionaire, had to pay her.
I understand. Thank you.
To be quiet. It's a lot of money.
He's working in pop culture references, Bubba. It's not a bad thing.
He's trying. It's woven in there.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
Now there's some cursing involved. So let me just give you the time frame now of the audio you're going to hear. Tom Bean, the last that you heard, Tom Bean told Blitz with me there, I'm not going to show you the video, but we're going to play the audio. I need you to go through these various expenses, and Tom gave him an Excel spreadsheet and a thumb drive and said, I need explanations for all of these are in pink and all that. Like, it was very clear what Tom Bean needed. And he specifically needed 23 and 22. I'm sorry. Yeah, 23 and 22, because that's what we were filing on behalf of my offer of compromise with the IRS. So we needed for all of our expenses in 22 and 23 to be accurate. Completely accurate. And that an STD kit, a welcome home mat, 10 GoPros, a blink system, shower mats, curtain rods, a dumbbell set, dumbbells, 5 through 50, an AR-15 upper and lower, a side-by-side cover, just all of these things that we know for a fact are not Bubba Radio Network business related. You need to take it upon yourself and be honest to say, this is for my four-wheeler. This is my shower curtain at home. These are 4 mats that I'm using currently at home. This is a home blink system that I'm currently using personally at home. That's what we needed.
You needed honesty in a moment when you're in the wake of an IRS investigation, for someone to just be honest. This is where friendship goes beyond employment and beyond thievery.
And so he comes back and hands me on Monday the information that Tom Bean told him to get. Well, I plug it in I go over to Tom Bean's office thinking, okay, I got it all. So I walk into Tom Bean's office. He's like, you got it? I'm like, yep. Got the thumb drive right here. I plug it in, and Bean's like scrolling down, and he goes, bro, there's nothing on here. I go, oh, Tom, stop. It's in there. It's got to be in there, buddy. He went through, and he's like, he's marked nothing. He's done nothing. He's marked 4 or 5 items here, but we still have 123 outstanding pieces of equipment or supply that need to be, earmarked as such. He didn't do nothing. So now this meeting here you're seeing here is when I come back to Blitz after having my ass reamed out. Tom reamed my ass out. He goes,
those are not fun meetings.
And Tom's like, why are we even keeping him around? Like, why? See, it's at this point, it's me. Tom Bean's like, I want to, let's gaffle him.
Eric Rogan, 25 on the Venmo.
Let's call the cops and gaffle him. Get all your records ready to go. I had a guy that did this to me to a tune of $1 million, and I fired him and had him investigated. Let's go. And I was almost like, no, come on, let's. So now I just got back from Tom Bean's office, and Tom Bean made me feel like I was about 5 inches tall and fat.
14 other ones that are bullshit.
Oh. Sorry, hold on.
You had no descriptions. You had no check marks by the ones that you'd received, and then out of I had to do all your work last night. I had to go into each one of these receipts, and of this Blitz,
I wrote them on the thing I gave him.
No, you didn't. And of the 2021s that you did provide, I printed each one of them. And are you fucking kidding me? Oh. I'm paying $149 for these are the ones.
I said, are you effing kidding me? Because he bought a $149 STD kit. Now, if you remember and you listen to this,
must be a nice one.
Well, if you remember and you
gets
listen,
all of them.
Gets all of them, exactly.
If you guys will shut up for a second, while they were courting each other, and we thought that February was when they first hooked up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the home STD kit was in November.
Right. So she was used that as a requirement, a prerequisite to having sex with her.
Do you remember?
Yep.
She very much said, I will not start having sex with somebody until we both get tested.
Mr. Panhandler, super chat.
So there's a $149 STD kit. And that's what, I went crazy on it.
You think would be okay. These are what you provided me.
Right. For what? What do you mean?
For
$149 for what?
For our reporting of our business expenses.
Okay.
And $149 for a home sex STD kit?
I think which is still in the pantry.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
He knows he's on camera.
And at that point, I'm like, what? Okay, what? I should have said, go get it then. But I'm just like, I'm
okay. A welcome home mat, indoor and outdoor. Fruit baskets, banana hangers, a dumbbell rack, Under Armour heat tactical compression short sleeve shirt.
So hold on. On this list that I gave him,
Blitz, it is a side by side cover. You didn't on this list. First of all, what about all these pink ones here?
He said don't.
No.
I don't know what is the pink one.
I went through and listed everything that you didn't include. Yellow is marked as a receipt that you did include that I had to go print out and then go.
All right, so you can see that we go back and forth, and it's just like nothing's easy. Nothing's like, like it's just a straight. Like I really think that he thinks that I was just gonna just like say, okay, whatever. You didn't give me the 184 receipts that are missing. Don't worry about it, bud.
And people are going, how did Blitz think he was going to get away with this? He thought Bubba was stupid.
He also thought he knew that I'm deep down at the end of the day very forgiving.
And also, you have blind loyalty as a friend. It makes me want to check Pity's booking.
Right. I mean,
just kidding. I showed, truthfully, I showed my wife this about 5 minutes before I rolled in here.
Right.
And she said, how could Bubba have not known? And I said, I don't know what Pity's doing.
Right.
I trust him.
I trust him. Like, for real, you don't know. Pity runs your business.
It's a joke, but I trust him like that. And so, I know he's not doing this, but.
There's there's a handful of people for Breezy, you guys, Larry Plummer, Sumo, Merch Crick, Tom Bean. There's some people, right? Billy Price that I wouldn't, if I gave him a PayPal access and a PayPal credit card that, I wouldn't think that I'd have to comb over their expenses every month. I would just assume they're doing the right thing by me. Just like Tom, Dan, if you would give me if I worked at Plastic Surgery Center USA, okay, and you gave me a PayPal card, Dan, I think deep in your mind, you're like, I don't think Bubba would ever steal from me.
Right. No way.
I don't think Bubba would steal. And I think if Bubba needed something, he'd come to me and say, hey, Dan, rather than to buy this $149 STD kit, can I buy it?
Exactly.
Like I would ask.
I just need an envelope.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about paying it. I'm just worried about the volume of it. I'm not worried about the fucking payment.
Oh, hold on. So he was like, I'll start making payments. For he's at this point.
There's a certain amount of.
I had to dump it just now because I said the F word.
There is
now again. We went through a month of this. A month.
Amount of forgiveness in my heart for you, but I don't like fucking being missed. I don't like
two F.
Well, 1, 2.
In case you guys missed it because of it's latent full of F's.
It's like that Jordana video from last week.
But I'm like, in case it got cut out, it's like I have a certain amount of love and loyalty in my heart, but you're effing killing me here.
Buying your dumbbell rack. I don't like buying your fucking kayak.
Oh, hold on. So, I looks like I'm saying an F after every word here. And I'm like, listen, I have a certain amount of loyalty and love in my heart, but I don't want to buy your dumbbell rack. I don't want to buy your STD kit. I shouldn't be responsible for this. I should even have to go through here and account all this. If you spent $1,750 on supplies, I always would assume that it was $1,700 worth of stuff that we needed, much like Jay and Pity. Jay, that's Pity's job.
Pinstar $100 super chat.
I've never audited him ever. I never would unless something like this happened. If I had an IRS issue come up and all of a sudden this came up and I went to him and I said, dude, did you really do this? I would expect at that moment for him to be honest with me. My friendship would go beyond what had happened, like you were willing to do, but he failed to be honest. And so I never saw all this. And, for me, friendship's one of the most important things to me. So the level of the level of disrespect and it just is blowing me away.
Heather Wiz, how about blowing me away? How about blowing me away, Lummy? Heather Wiz, 500 on the PayPal. Must got a big nursing bonus. And I can't wait to find it, Jay. I cannot wait to find it because I think it's in here. Maybe Rhett will be able to find it for me, Lummy. But there's a part of this conversation that I think will melt everybody's heart.
This breaks my heart.
And I'm not trying to make myself look good, but I tried everything in my power to make this guy not have to get fired. But I said to him, I don't care if it's 5,000 or 50,000. We can work through it. Your job's not in jeopardy. I will not fire you.
Go to 3230.
Okay. I will not fire you if you're just honest, but it starts with honesty.
Is it okay that the Bubba Army feels like they got ripped off also?
Well, we all got ripped off.
Yeah,
I can't. Do they want me to refund their money?
No. I just think they're saying that they feel like they're screwed also. Like they feel like you do.
Yeah. I mean, you guys contribute money to help our business run, and I'm able to, make a profit or not make a profit based on your PayPal donations. And when my PayPal account's being abused to the tune of $240,000, then that's made things a little tight here.
Well, and truthfully, that's the difference between you being able to sometimes make it and not make it, and sometimes being able to bonus your employees and not bonus your employees. And I mean, you run a tight ship here, and this is not like these are doggy dollars. $200,000 to me is the same. I would be absolutely mind blown. It's an unreal
Lummy,
amount of money.
You know that before all this, Steve and we did. Rhett knows. You two might have been the only one around, but we were. Sometimes you get a $400 or $500 employee monthly bonus.
Oh yeah, Danny and I prosecuted an employee of his who was stealing the cash when Danny was a young plastic surgeon.
We talked about this.
Yeah, you did. Or today. Yeah. So and we put her in jail.
Yeah, I know. So here we go. I just want you to hear this. Then I have to go into words. But there's a part of me that says, I don't care how much it is. We can get through it. It starts with you being honest. I say that to the guy.
Already found curl bars, kayak things, fucking all this bullshit.
You were on fire.
Yeah, but you know what? Nobody could say they didn't understand. They didn't understand the severity and my stance on this.
You're right. If you want that timestamp again, 3235.
Okay. 32.
That 5 seconds makes a difference. It's all expletives.
I think it might be more what you're looking for.
All right. Here we go.
I didn't have an exclamation point.
I'm talking about Tom, and Tom's like, how did this happen? How did you let this happen? Which makes me feel stupid now. That'd be like if and Jay, please don't think that but let's say Pity was unhonest with you.
Right.
That's never going to happen. But that's the only example that we're using right now. We've already established that Pity has this sort of power at your business.
For sure.
Okay. So if Pity had done this, I guarantee you, Steven, that little sawed-off son of a bitch, would walk up to you and say, Jay, how did you let this happen? Am I not right?
Yes. Yep.
Now, Dan may say it later, but the first one that's going to tear your ass up is going to be Steven, and he's going to be like, Jay, how does this happen?
He would Tom Bean me.
And
100%.
So Tom Bean got up in he's like, how did you let this happen? You've gotten lazy.
Oh.
You given too much trust to a person? That's your problem.
Those hurt, don't they, when they come from Tom Bean? I hate that kind of tongue lashing.
Or when you when you have to sit there and take it because you don't have an explanation.
Because they're right.
Because the only thing you can say is, it's my fault. I messed up. I cannot give you an explanation, Tom Bean, because you're right and I am so wrong and I have zero chance of being right.
And so now, Blitz, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm now trying to shift gears, and this is criminal. This is embezzlement. If this is what it really is, it's criminal investment. Would I fucking press charges?
No, hold on. I said, would I effing press charges? I got to let the dump build back up because I want people to hear this next little bit of dialogue. because I think this will show you a lot. And by the way, the contributions today have been so humbling. Thank you so much, Wizzy 500, and Trey Bill and
Hierarchy
John
with the cooker.
Yeah, just hierarchy with the gas, the 1500 gas grill. Cable dog. Here we go.
Probably not. I could never do that to you. But
I said, could I press charges? And I answered my question was, probably not. I don't think I could do that to you. That's somebody that because I loved him. I loved him like the level of love that I have for Dan, the level of love that I have for Sumo, the level of love I have for Larry Plummer, Jimmy Clevis.
I'll fill that spot in your heart one day.
So,
it's a fucking...
God dang it. Lummy, this is one of those things we needed to...
You were just full hot. I mean, you were trying to also be just, true with them. You're letting them know from the heart how bad this is hurting you and that you don't want to do anything. It's just sad.
Lummy, it's just tough. We should have sledded through it on the podcast, that with the language. Because the dumps.
We can let it eat on the podcast later.
Mm-hmm. I know, but I think I got to get through this little part.
Okay.
And it's just, I think it's late. And the more F-bombs, the jerkier it sounds on terrestrial radio.
Well, just summarize it afterwards by saying, the F word, F-bomb. And then
no, but you have to say when I don't know where they are. And so when they go over the air, I have to hit dump.
I understand.
Which cuts out 7 seconds on both sides, which then makes what I'm saying doesn't make sense once the dump finally catches up. It's a whole technical side that
I wouldn't get.
You would get. I just have to spend some time to explain it to you.
Need to.
You have the ability to wrap it around. Rhett, do you know? Is it chocked full of these F-bombs?
It's not chock full. There might be 1 or 2 more displaced, but they're not like heavy.
Even light F-bombs will get you in trouble.
I know. I'm sorry.
Should I go into words and try to write down the F-bombs?
If you'd like to.
No, I think it's
It's better than it's better than starting it and dumping it. And
No,
all
you're
that
right.
Stuff.
You're right. Yeah.
Do you want to? Okay.
I need to go into words, but I have to build my dump up. I'm fighting this big fucking dump war right now.
I get it.
So we have to be quiet.
Oh.
So we can build up the dump. And we still need to be quiet probably 1 or 2 more times in order to build up the dump. I need to listen to this. Obviously, we were not. This is very on the fly. Don't think. We still haven't even got into why Anna got fired.
That's why I'm here.
This is the prelude to that.
The prequel.
Yeah, that's right. The prequel. Sorry.
It really is.
The appetizer.
Yeah, I would have had this, cut up and cleaned up for you. No F-bombs, but I think it went up kind of late yesterday.
Oh.
So this is what I've been dealing with. So when Anna catches an attitude with me, or Anna's incessively negative with me, all I associate it is Blitz.
Right.
And
That's all you can see.
And how do I not? There's half of my world that says, he should be in jail right now. There's all of the Bubba Army that feels robbed. And then there's me that feels robbed and stupid. You know what I'm saying? How could I be so stupid not to better investigate my monthly PayPal? Well, the reason why is because the person that was in charge of it and bought things that were supposed to be Bubba Radio Network related happened to be one of my very best friends in life that I literally would trust with anything. And that's what hurts more, is when that guy steals from you. When the guy that you don't know steals from you, it hurts a little bit, a lot. But when, somebody that's in your inner circle, that's been your roommate, that helped raise, when I was a single dad, he helped me with Tyler.
That's right there says it all. Someone that you trust to babysit your child.
Yeah. This guy babysat my child. This guy was my family.
That's a whole different level of trust.
Let me go into words, Lummy, because my dump's built up, and then I have to go through this and find the F-bombs. And then, Lummy, we gotta get into, before we leave, the Anna deal.
Yeah.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
books today. I don't know what that means, but.
Hi guys, have a great day.
Oh,
Bye,
see you,
Danny.
man.
See ya.
What's wrong, Danny? You seem bummed out.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm good, dude.
You going to check your accounting?
We all are.
What? Let's block Mandingo? That's crazy.
He moved to. Jay moved to Dr. Dan's mic.
Okay.
If that's okay, I'll go back if you'd like.
No, you're good, buddy.
What's going on, Tuscan? Miss you, buddy.
It is trick, man. Learning a lot of this for the first time myself right now. Sad. But the numbers are great. You guys are kicking ass today. But he just texted me and said, I expect an audit at 10:30 today.
God bless him.
That's like, he said, obviously I'm just joking, Petey.
What up, Jay Gator? I just saw the balloon in the shot, Brian.
$1.8 thousand on the tube, 2.6 thousand on the rumble.
What up,
Way to
Kabuki?
go, everybody. You rage.
No, Biggie, I think the surprise is actually going to come at 9. I think maybe they try to trade it for Marvin Harrison.
What up, Grouper Lips? How you doing, buddy?
All right, if we get to 1,000 thumbs, Brian said he'll vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Even though he's not in her area, he knows people. Oh, Iggy, it's all good, man. The only haters I was worried about were the ones that were threatening my life on Instagram, but...
I got one of those.
Yeah, and here...
Instagram?
Yeah.
I thought it'd be more X.
There might be some on X.
I got one on Facebook Messenger that really wants to kill me. That I may have to go to the cops with.
That's an annual occurrence now. That sucks.
He thinks that I'm dating Janessa Brazil and I'm taking all of his money.
Oh, that dude?
Yeah. He just texted me yesterday and said that threatening to kill somebody is not a crime.
I wouldn't bet on that, dude.
Oh, yeah, the draft is Thursday, isn't it? Yeah.
Iggy Longer.
It's Thursday.
Hello, buddy. Iggy, good to see you too.
Thanks, Big Grease. I appreciate it, guys.
Haggard sounds. What up, T-shirt Will?
Oh.
Did he steal Tyler's candy?
I still feel good about being called a snake in the grass and a backstabber.
Oh, that's funny, DC123.
Cheers to that.
Big E, what up, buddy?
Master Splinter 44.
You're my hero.
$5 super chat. Hope you're a great human being.
Jay Gator, good morning, buddy.
It'd be tough for Anna to go work for Caltha considering she got fired from Cox for making fun of epilepsy. Did we get $5 in Rumble Super Chat for Master
Sure
Splinter?
did. Bubba's a great human being.
Well, what about the Seth part?
Oh, Seth looks extremely happy.
I didn't get a chance to
He's
listen to
back.
any of this. Fuck.
I just wanted to put Bubba over. I'm sorry, Seth.
Level 1 felony. And if I do that to you, your life is ruined. Your life is ruined. You got to lawyer up, potentially go to prison, be a registered felon, and lose everything that means everything to you. Guns and your freedom. And quite frankly, I couldn't do that to you. I couldn't do that to you. I would never do that to you.
He's been more faithful to the Packers than to his own wife. Yes. Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lumpy, I was going to try to listen to that tape and find the F-bombs, but I got busy with the text exchange involving this situation. And let me see.
Is everything okay?
Let me see. Well, no, I mean, I got a lot of things going on, so I wasn't able to write the F-bombs down. But I think I'm clean here for a little bit. And then I can listen to, at 30, I can listen to it. I think we only have a 30 and a 54 left, right?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I got us down that we're so on time that I could go to 40 as my break 7 and then 54, 55 for break 8.
Correct.
Perfect. That'll give me plenty of time to get through this and then get through what Anna did on Friday and why I fired/asked for her resignation. This is the prequel of her firing. And why maybe looking at her at times, knowing who she lives with, knowing that the phone that she's talking on potentially was bought by me, knowing that her DJ decks that she used potentially was bought by me,
computer, car parts,
knowing that as she developed a little bit more cynically into a negative personality, that the person she dates much was like that as well, and she's becoming, behind her back within my inner circle, I called her Blitz with top by top sops. Blitz with, that's what I was calling her, because she would just, be that negative. Remember, if you remember about Blitz, he always had that negative, try to catch me in some kind of, making me look stupid, catch me in a. If I said something like, hey, man, it was a 54-story building, but really it was 55, Blitz would be he would correct me and stop the flow of the show and things like that. I'd be like, man, if I just make a small little mistake, just let me go. Don't be Johnny Stickler, negative, throw in just be quiet.
He didn't know how to do radio.
Probably not.
He never been on the radio in his life.
Never will be again.
And I mean, people people think that people are entitled. I gave Blitz his start in radio. I gave Anna her start in monologue-based, long-form talk radio. Anna was a night chick on a show that she was third wheel on that couldn't necessarily run wide open like us at night. A very non-significant personality. And part-time. And let her mouth get her in trouble.
I could never do that to you. But it's a fucking...
Dang it. You know what I'm saying? Let me how frustrating this is.
Yeah.
And if I just would have had enough time, if I didn't have to handle this one thing in between, and now Seth, we're a minute less.
Bubba, let's break it down. Let's just break it down to the pod. I know you want to play it, but we can.
No, I think that's the last F-bomb.
Okay.
I do.
All right.
It's a level
There's one
1
more.
felony.
Do you know where it's at?
It's like right here. 33 on the dot.
All right, pass that one.
Okay, then that should be it for a little bit.
All right.
Sorry.
And if I do that to you, your life is ruined. Your life is ruined. You got to lawyer up, potentially go to prison.
I mean, and Jay, you know what I'm saying. If I was to press charges on him, he's got to lawyer up.
Yep.
And criminal lawyers don't work on contingencies.
No, it's non-refundable retainers.
Right. So loses guns.
Yep.
I mean, look.
Be a registered felon and lose everything that means everything to you, guns and your freedom. And quite frankly, I couldn't do that to you.
I mean, I appreciate that.
I couldn't do that to you. I would never do that to you. I don't give a fuck what the amount is.
Yeah.
Yep.
We had a good run there.
That gets the point across.
And I think now that the dump is building up, I think I go and say, I emphasize, I think this is the most, I'm trying to find this part of the tape, But Lummy, I think I say something like, I don't care if it's 5,000 or 50,000. We can get through it, but you have to be truthful with me. I will not fire you. I think does that say that on here? I think it says that on here.
I'm sure it does, but I don't know when. I'm sorry.
But by the same token, if you were in my shoes and this was your business and this is just our first year.
By the way, yeah, our first year. We have 3 more years to go through.
Bro, I've cried about this because I never thought that you would do this to me, ever. You know.
And you don't hear him deny it, do you?
No.
I gave you that card because I genuinely trust you with my life, and I'm giving you that card, and you've taken advantage of it, and that's what it is. And we haven't even delved into the other years. So I don't know what to tell you. I cannot go to Gainesville, sit in.
So he met me. This is a Saturday morning. He met me at the track. I mean, met me at the studios because you remember he was going to go to the Gator Nationals, and I said I cannot sit in an RV, a 33-foot RV, courtesy of Giant Recreation World, and act like I don't hate you.
Trade with you for fucking 2 days and act like I'm not just absolutely beside myself about you.
Okay. I understand that.
And, you know, I mean, I'm now looking at, okay, what if we have to get rid of Blitz?
I think this is very telling.
I can't keep Anna. I can't. Because I know she loves you and I want you guys to stay together. It's going to be so uncomfortable. She's going to hate me because I fired her fucking boyfriend, and her boyfriend's going to hate.
I decided to dump it again. But I mean, and for those that aren't having to hear the dumps, it certainly, shows a lot.
Well, you're going through the unintended consequences of whether you have to prosecute him or not, and what that means for him, his relationship, for you and your friendship. You're giving him every opportunity to just say, I'm sorry, I'll fix it, but there's silence.
And so everybody that's been a critic of me of years, for this past year, and I've been a little hard on Anna, and I've been a little on edge. Now, maybe you'll give me a little bit more credit that I'm a little more worldly and a little bit more of a gentleman and a little bit of a better person than you have made me out to be.
You tried, but she should have left that day.
Because fucking, because you're gonna.
Let's do it on the pod, Bubba.
It's ridiculous.
You got your point. It's
ridiculous.
Man, I remember when he came back because he was supposed to go to Gator Nationals, and I was at the house, and what he looked me in the eyes. He's like, "Bubba just has everything confused. He's confused." I asked him why he didn't go, and we already talked. You and me already talked about the whole situation, and he looked me dead in the eyes, and he's like, "Bubba just listening to the wrong people." He's listening to the wrong people, a.k.a. Tom Bean.
So how mad does this make you? Hold on. At this point, Tom Bean, your wife, and the Merch Crick, and my accounting firm.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I'm listening to the wrong people over a comforter set, a weight bench, sectional sofa slipovers, tanning goggles, Toyota parts, axle for your Jeep, toilet seats.
Did you say tanning goggles?
Yes.
Okay.
Tanning goggles.
He never looked that tan to me.
Shoes and socks, razors, socks, underwear, V-necks, underwear, jeans, Tyler laundry detergent, pool supplies, home goods, a dipping kit for your four-wheeler parts, seat, one of which was for Reagan, kayak supplies, silver, guns, gold, crypto, 1 MacBook 14, 5 Apple iPhones, $21,000 at Walmart, and all groceries, all your gas, Ring camera, Blink camera, AirTags, 16-channel security system, 10. And Lummy, you're the owner of where he lived, and didn't you say that he had that thing so cameraed up, like inside and outside?
Inside, outside, everywhere. Every inch was cameraed up.
So I've had to deal with all of that.
I hate me, and so I'm fucked.
Can I do it on the pod?
I want to.
Okay,
Seth,
just let's move with the pod.
I want to, but there's this one payoff that I'm looking for.
But people need the auto payoff.
Yeah, you got 37 minutes to get to the auto payoff.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't have this cleaned up for you, Bubba.
It's all right. It just kills. because I know it just makes it sound so choppy, but it's so good. We'll go through it on the podcast too, but it's so good. I need it. I need to play this to set up the Anna deal. And then the Anna deal will be the big high spot right and out of the show.
I need the clicks, though, for this.
You'll get the clicks, bitch.
See, I don't steal, but I need clicks.
I don't steal, but I need clicks.
Follows and likes.
Hold on.
How do I rectify that? I mean, you rectify this by giving us, first of all, by Monday. I mean, I meet with the IRS on Tuesday. Okay. I have to go. We're meeting in Tom Bean's office. Okay. So I have to have as thorough as a report as I did.
And the things that aren't business expenses, like how does that work? I don't like.
You own it. You own it.
No, I know. And like I said, I was.
That's the least of my worries. Which I told you on Monday or Tuesday. I don't give a fuck what the amount is.
And what got beeped out was, I said I don't give an F as to what the amount is, and I think I reiterated. And this is the piece that I'm looking for. And after I get this piece, we can go to words, and I can write down some other ones, or then we'll do the Anna payoff before we leave. And I think you're going to be knowing all this. Now, mind you, the Anna payoff might not have been fireable had this not existed. But I've been living with this for a year. And then when I get...
Well, I think Anna's thing showed she didn't want to be here anymore.
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
So, I think when you hear the Anna payoff, and you got it along with this, I think you might potentially agree with my decision on what I did.
And just stop threatening our lives on Facebook and just move those threats over to Twitter. Thanks. So we get the impressions.
I was going to say, is that what you're going for?
Yeah, we need the impressions over.
More clicks.
Yeah.
More clicks.
And I just have to fuck. You gotta be honest.
Right.
If the suction cup mount for whatever you have in your car is not real, I'm giving you
GoPro mount.
I'm giving you one example.
Okay.
I know the side-by-side cover is not here.
No, I know.
And I know the fucking, I'll eat the iPhone. I guess I told you to get it. But the fucking IP.
All right. Jesus Christ. We look stupid.
You were very angry that day.
So I'll go through this later today on the podcast where I can get it, because I hate when I have to keep dumping for the terrestrial show. It sounds horrible. I've seen it. I've heard it. It looks like they don't even know what the hell we're talking about right now. Hardly do we. Here is the start of the Anna story. So Friday, I'm watching her show. And she's like, really, really, really doubling down on this racist deal. That I called her a racist, even though I apologized to her, even though the two people that I were with, the African American men, could care less what you call them. They don't care. They don't care. They're the two coolest dudes in the world. Call them in, and they don't care. They are so. I wish everybody was wired like them, because they just say it like it is. They don't have a filter, and they don't care. They don't care. Anna's racist, man. Who cares, man? That's her right to be racist, man. Whatever. I'm kind of racist. I hate some white people. That's what.
Well, I mean, they're not sumo, but I like it. Yeah.
That's what Rio might say.
Yeah.
So Friday, I'm watching her show, and she's like, I just can't get over the fact that Bubba called me a racist, and oh my God, that's the worst thing you can call somebody, and I am the furthest thing from a racist. And Anna, yes, agreed. Get over it. We had established that I made a mistake. I should have never called you that. It was, not a big deal. It wasn't on a show that, it wasn't on a terrestrial show that more people heard it at the time that it was delivered. It's a podcast show. People run a little bit looser on podcasts. It's not a big deal. And as soon as you approached me about it on the phone, I said I was sorry, and that we would open up the show with it the next day with an explanation as to that you are not that and that I'm sorry. And I quite frankly thought it was over. So she starts talking about it on Friday. And I'm like, I told the merch crick, I almost feel like going down there, down to the station and telling her, let it go. Let the racist stuff go. So her show ends. No big deal. All of a sudden, I get a phone call. And I get a phone call from somebody that we work for. Well, I'll just tell you. Well, no, I'm not going to tell you. It's a major. It's the president of
a radio company.
Of a radio company, and he says to me, "Hey, I just got a call from the competition. I'm not going to mention any names, or I don't even want to give the competition I don't even want to give them any real estate as to who they are." Because she might end up over there, but my guy who I work for says that he got a call from the competition who he still has some friends over there. Like Seth, you still got some friends over at the Bone. We don't have to talk about you and John Sending being buddies, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course.
You still got some tentacles up in the house, don't you?
I got tenties. I hear things.
My guy says, I just want to let you know that Anna applied to be we have a morning, one of their stations has a morning co-host situation open. That is on a station that plays 6 or 7 songs an hour and is morning drive. My competition. So she's applying
in one of your markets?
Yeah, in one of my markets. Not like it's Atlanta.
For real?
No, for real. Not like it's Charlotte. Not like it's Grand Rapids. But yeah, it was either I'm just going to tell you, between Phoenix, Fort Walton Beach, Ocala, Tampa, and Orlando, she had applied and has applied to be a co-host.
No way.
On a morning show.
Not like San Diego, go home.
No.
Not going to the other coast and not competing with you afternoons.
No. She
I always liked her too.
Applied for a morning co-host at one of the cities that I'm currently competing in. And I only have 6. So there's only 6 cities in the entire America that she could do something like this and it be a problem. And so I'm like, hold on. She applied for the co-host of a competing morning show against me? And he's like, yeah. And hold on, here's the thing about it. They're calling me, meaning him, because he's the market manager, they're calling me for a reference. They're calling me for a reference, and I told them that she works on the Bubba show, and Bubba's we subcontract Bubba out. He's not an employee of JVC, and you need to talk to Bubba, and so yes. So the guy's like, I can't give her a recommendation or not. You're gonna have to get that from Bubba. But I don't know how, Bubba's going to be, knowing that one of his co-hosts is applying, not to do middays, not to do afternoon drive, not to go do nights, but to do mornings.
A lot of people are saying that, did she have a non-compete? Like, none of us have contracts here, but when you start to go look for other jobs, especially ones that are a step down and pay $32,000 a year and is in a much smaller market, like it just shows that you don't want to be here anymore, compounded with everything that we, played from Blitz earlier on the show and why it was starting to wear on Bubba.
And so, I call her and I say, hey, Anna, is there something I need to know is there something that I need to know about that you've just participated in?
You gave her a chance too?
Oh, no. Yes, exactly.
Just like you gave Blitz a chance?
And I even recorded it. I know I can't use it because it's a 2-party state, but I recorded it on my phone so that I have a record of it. And I said, hey, is there something that she's like, hello? I'm like, is there something that I need to know about with regards to, radio? And she's like, no. And I go, Anna, and again, this is all on tape. I go, Anna, realize I've been in radio for 40 years and I pretty much know everybody. It's a small business when you get down to it. Is there something that you need to tell me? And she says, no, So then I said, okay, well then did you apply to be the co-host at blah, 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 to do mornings? And do you realize that that's my direct competition? And she said, oh, yeah, I have done that, but I haven't really heard back from them or anything yet. And I'm just trying to keep my options open because I've kind of got a weird feel lately about the show.
And you and her just talked last week, right?
And a very good talk. In fact, you guys had a show about how good wasn't the Two Live Jew show much about our talk? Didn't she, I think, explain to you that she thought the talk went well?
Yes.
Yeah. So it did go well. Now, mind you, I employ Anna with her little quirks and the things that she does because I think she's a huge asset to the show. But I've been employing her for the last year, knowing who her significant other is, and probably at times resenting her for it. So then she goes to me. She says, "Yeah, I have, but I haven't heard back." And I go, "Well, I've heard back." I've heard back enough to know what's going on, and I talked to Tom, I talked to Tom Bean, I talked to Larry, talked to Tara, and I talked to Dan. And after she admitted that she had done that and my intel was correct, I said the following things: I want you to get this job. So what do you think would better you and your standing as potentially getting this job, having you resigning from me or me immediately firing you? An immediate firing or you resigning, which one do you think bodes better with regards to you getting this job? And she's like, well, regretfully, probably the resigning. So I say to her, okay, send me something that I can post because this is going to be a shiz storm. Because I'm going to put it up on X and I'm going to put it up on Facebook, so it's going to be a crap storm. So send me this resignation, please. Then she's like, well, when can I come pick up my stuff? And I was I'm like, listen, I'll gather your stuff and text you next week when you can pick it up. She's like, well, I got my headphone. You mean probably headphones that Blitz bought from, they're probably deep down my headphones. At the end of the day, I'm just going to go ahead and give her headphones because I don't want any problems. But it's probably from. At the end of the day, look, I got three bankers' books worth of stuff here. You don't think that probably I bought those headphones? Yeah. Right?
Yeah, probably.
At the end of the day, I probably have bought all. Have you guys? Are any of your headphones your own? Or are they just the stations?
Mine.
Yours
just
are
Dan's gold.
Well, so yours, Lummy, are yours?
Yep.
But Seth, those are mine.
Yes, sir.
And she says, and so I'm like, I'll tell you when you can come by. So that's her part of this is very simple. I'm old school wise, I'm not going to allow that to happen to me. I'm just not. I'm not going to allow you to go apply for a co-host morning job. And you know what? You can apply anywhere you want, but not Phoenix, Fort Walton Beach, Ocala, Tampa, or Orlando are the only lockout markets that you have in your career that I have zero tolerance for you to apply. Now listen, within those markets I just mentioned, if it was afternoons or nights, man, I'll help you.
Yeah, what would you have done if she'd asked you?
If she would ask for mornings?
Just in general, I'm feeling a little unsteady here, and I'm trying to see what my options are. Would you help me?
Yeah, I will.
Because I did that in my first boss.
But not on a station that's morning drive in my market.
In radio, and I don't know what it's like in other businesses, but in radio, from what I've seen, normally when you start looking for another job because of how small the business is, and it's always been, you normally want to tell your boss because there's always a chance that I could make it back, and it could be to your detriment. Like I remember when I was at Cox and the Bone, and I had an interview out in L.A., and I was very honest with them, and I told them, and they let me go and acted like they wanted me to better myself, but they held it against me, and they were like, we see that he doesn't necessarily want to be here anymore, and that was the case, So I feel like you have to be honest. I also worked on a show where a girl said she was going on vacation for a couple of days to see a friend, and then she ended up doing an on-air tryout in Vegas, and people were sending us the audio for on-air tryout. So,
but hold on here, and I agree with you. But on neither one of those situations did Cox have even a station in that market. Cox has no stations in Vegas.
Right, they were
they
going
might
somewhere
have. They
else.
might have Vegas, but I don't think Cox has. I mean, as mad as they could be at you, Seth, because I knew you were checked out. Cox doesn't even have any stations in L.A.
No. Well, they weren't worried about competition. They just more worried about me just not wanting to buy into whatever the bone was at the time anymore.
So that is my honest story. It's pretty much that simple. It didn't take that many minutes. I can go into words. Let me listen to this last little bit, and hopefully play it and find what I'm looking for, and then I'm sure we'll continue this topic on the after show.
Are you going to play this tape on the after show?
The one that's up now?
Yeah.
Well,
people were asking like if you were going to play like either the Tom Bean one or this one, like a little bit more on the podcast.
I guess we could dive deeper into it without having to worry about language over there.
You're damn right we are.
Yeah,
Seth needs those clicks.
It's good content.
Sure, yeah.
I need some clicks, baby.
Yeah.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I need the clicks, baby. You should have heard how we were originally going to do this. We were just going to talk about Blitz on the podcast. How would have that worked out? It would have been a 3.5-hour show.
Just be honest, because we can, chances are, get through. The number may be scary, but the scarier number gets you further with me than the incompleteness in mine. Okay? Just be honest. I know the fucking easy girl.
What up, Hoss? What up, Tim? I knew when I started back here about it. Hey, Maria, welcome back for the cruise. If you are back.
Don't fucking.
So, and I'm not like trying to make whatever, but on that one, part of the payment on that was a gift card, and that was not included on. I'm just.
But give me a description.
I got you.
I mean, so that I can and don't be afraid of how bad it really is. That's better for you than me having an incomplete form.
USMFP said it earlier.
We potentially could work through this. I don't want to put
It is Camper Scott.
That's the. Last thing I want to do is but I will tell you, I have a box ready for law enforcement, all ready to go. I have a bank response ready to go, because I don't know you. I don't know how mad you're going to get at me. I don't know what your capabilities are.
I don't hate you at all.
But you understand how uncomfortable the situation is.
Absolutely, I do. I totally get it.
Do you think I want to be here right now?
No, nor do I. And I understand. It's
this
my
is
fault.
your doing.
I'm not saying it's not.
And I just want you to be honest with me. I mean, it's almost like when your dad told you, if you fucking be honest with me, you won't get an ass whipping. If you aren't honest with me, you're gonna get an ass whipping.
Yes, it does.
No, I understand. And I told you, I'll make it right. Whatever the number is, I'm
not worried about that. No, I know that. I know that.
But I'm saying going forward, I'm not trying to screw you or nothing. I'll
You
make it.
You screwed me. So
Unknowingly.
fine.
Lunger.
I'll accept that. But it's still
Because there's never been in a heart hey, I'm
Put her up.
it's that's never been it.
Right, Natalie.
And I don't complain about that.
I know, but why would you do that? Why would you fucking be
In the
scared
pantry.
and doing shit like that?
In the pantry. What's up, Bama boy?
All you gotta do is be afraid of yourself on your personal shit. Keep that out of my world. We can't.
I've been in the
And that
pantry a
was
couple times.
right.
You didn't see the STD
It
kit?
started out being like, yeah, I'm just gonna order one. Two things, not. I mean,
Honestly, this is like heartbreaking to me, 'cause I knew.
what happened, but I never saw the video. So to see the video and I put myself in that situation of pity, it's hard.
We started getting more money, and you're like, hey,
Makes your face at the very
not for me. I never told you that. I know,
but that's like.
and that was, so like, I was there, a lot of people on there, very well. I think it's not. I mean, I don't know what you know, I was go to your fucking house, go through your shit, do the fucking car. I'm doing that. I was some other fucking guy.
What's up, Jake Gator?
I would literally have law enforcement. That is the, and I want to emphasize to you, I don't give a fuck.
Hope you're somewhere fun to read about Mama.
I just need the data. Right. I don't need
She's back. She's back. Was she on a cruise?
I need the honest truth. No, I got
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
Yeah. If I'm in trouble, you're in trouble. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and I don't want anyone to be in trouble. Well, we're already headed down that road. So, you know, and I struggled with this. I worked on this for 7 hours yesterday. I went and bought Excel and I plugged it in my computer so I could get through it.
Good morning, Maria.
This is just, it's not right, Chris. It's not right what you've done. And it's fucking wrong. I apologize.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
You know,
I don't think Seth realizes that it still is 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah.
Seth is so.
He's a pro.
He's so
Radio pro.
He's so shot out. He has no idea. Does it? He's still. Hold on. He's still not back. He's still not back.
Did he leave too?
He's doing cartwheels in the parking lot right now.
I think he might be doing a Blues Brother type cartwheel.
He might be locked out. We're going to get him.
Oh yeah, you know what? He forgot the door code.
I couldn't get it
because we changed the door code.
I got to write that down too.
It's easy to remember.
Yeah, if you can remember it. I couldn't. I got to rewrite it.
What happened? We've been on the air for like 4 minutes.
Dude, nobody would let me in. I forgot.
What? You forgot the door code?
I don't even know the door code. We've been leaving the door open all day.
Well, that's not very secure for that guy that's trying to kill me.
Well, I know, but
we can't leave the door open. We have, what about Anna and Blitz that come in here and try to kill us?
I know. Well, that's why I was trying to get in so quick.
You don't think Blitz is mad as hell and it's not set up 300 yards across the street? Ready to pick me off at any time?
Well,
I mean, that's what I'm most afraid of. One of the reasons why I didn't put him in jail is because he's so electronically gifted that I figured he'd kill me.
Well, Bubba, here's the thing. So
troll me up.
I forgot the code. I don't even know the new code.
Were you pounding on the door?
I was pounding on the door. Then I went up front, and then I went to the back where the Jiffy Lube station is. And that door opens like halfway.
No, it didn't open at all. It's deadbolted. It just barely kind of.
Well, the whole thing except the deadbolt. So I was like thinking about ripping the deadbolt, but then there was a doorbell.
You can't get through that deadbolt.
Bubba. So there was a doorbell.
Get out of here.
So I hit the doorbell 2 times.
Right.
And nothing happened.
Does it ring anywhere?
What's that?
$10.
Where does that ring?
I heard a ring in the back.
All right, so listen, buddy, just
it
chill
didn't
out.
ring in here.
Yeah, we heard that too. We were trying to figure out where that was. I was like, I've never heard that noise before.
Maybe we need to, just make sure you just learn the door code. Okay.
All right.
I just sent it to him.
It was a long weekend, Bubba. Sorry.
All right, so I got a couple spots. This is me and the Blitz interview that I did, and I tried like hell to keep them. And I'm going to play a few excerpts, but the majority of it, Seth's going to be on, Bubba Army. I'm sorry, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, uncensored podcast, available wherever you get your podcasting. Bubba Army HQ, Spotify, iHeart, iTunes, Google Play, Apple Music, Spotify again. Again, just type in the Bubba Army. And you can download today's podcast. I'd say it'd be up by 1 o'clock today, Seth, maybe?
I'll upload it from here. As soon as we're done, I'll upload it.
Right.
Because I know people want to hear it.
Here is, so I've not been checking chat, but But I will tell you, I don't know if you, but this is very therapeutic for me. I'm nervous because I'm still contemplating on whether to file charges on Blitz or not. I got 2 more years. There's 3 years of statute of limitations on that. So I have 2 more years. Well, a year and 11 months to file charges on him for the amount of money that he embezzled. And I've been, everybody from Steven to Tom Bean has an opinion about that. Maybe it didn't make sense last year while his girlfriend still works here. I don't want him to. It would have certainly disrupted her life, would it not?
For sure.
So I didn't, but I might now. But I might. I mean, I've not really looked at chat. What would chat do? You guys are monitoring chat. Maybe you guys can tell me.
They seem to be overall supportive.
Yeah.
And there's another guy who says, "Let it go, buddy." Okay.
Let it go or tell the story.
No, I mean, I'm telling the story.
Yeah.
I'm not going to refer back to this. This is going to be like one of those Hogan deals where I refer. I've gotten over the fact I'm never going to get this money back. In fact, you guys can't tell me to get over it because I've kept this pretty well under wraps for an entire year and employed her for a year. So don't anybody.
No, but I think
don't anybody
misread that.
Don't anybody think that you can get mad at me about this.
No.
I don't think anybody can be mad at me.
Let me correction.
Yeah, he wasn't saying. He was saying like, get it off your chest, Bubba. Say it right now. Say it, like air it out.
Yeah, like let it go.
Let it go. Exactly.
And here's the deal, man. I mean, I come in here every day and I have to act like I like people and I do good shows. I try my very best, and there's all types of personality. Look at Dan's different than Seth, is different than Lummy, is different than Rhett, is different than Macho Man, is different than Anna. And I've had to keep all that juggled while dealing with Anna and engaging her into the show, making her feel like she's part of the program, making sure that she goes to the promotions, all while having just done, and at the end of the day, a lot of my advisors wanted me to get rid of her. Saying I don't think that I could, do both. But I did.
Chad is pretty much, this is the first time I've ever seen him agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Everyone agrees that they said you should prosecute him.
Here we go.
No, I know. And I know the fucking,
You start right with an F-bomb, Bubba?
I know Rhett just cringes.
It's all right, Bubba. You got, I got a lot going on. It's Monday.
It's his birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
No, it's tomorrow's my birthday.
No presents tomorrow.
Here we go.
I'll eat the iPhone. I guess I told you to get it. But, the fucking IP.
Jesus. I write them down, but I don't write them down, and I don't write them down correctly.
Oh, no.
And it's like, I'm like, if you're a second or two off, then it makes all the difference in the world.
Do you wish you had Anna here to yell at and blame for this?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm so over her, especially when she lied to me. Had she not, she lied and she dishonored me. And I'm not about, but why she's even being considered for this job is because I've made her I've made her into a viable radio personality.
There's a poll up on YouTube if everyone wants to vote.
There is?
Yeah, should Bubba press charges? Yes or no?
On YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah, 85% say yes through 100 votes.
All right, let me continue.
Just be honest, because chances are get through. The number may be scary, but the scarier number gets you further with me than the incompleteness and lying.
I think you can't be any more fairer than that.
I truly believe you when you said that.
I meant it.
Yeah, I could tell.
It's like, don't be afraid of the number. Be afraid of not telling the truth. We can get through this. We can get through this.
Be honest. I know the fucking easy curl.
Oh, Jesus.
Did you say easy curl?
Yeah, he bought an easy curl bar with weights.
You think once he started getting into shape is when he really started racking up the charges?
He goes on, and I'm just going to leave it with this because I'm going to have to play the rest of this on. I will play it in its entirety, but here is his here's something that I wanted you guys to hear, and then we'll pretty much be done with the show right here.
I would go to your fucking house.
You know, some people.
One more F-bomb.
My head's going to explode. It's going to absolutely explode.
But people in chat want to know, is it a slap in the face when Anna brought the
No, it's a
dumbbell
slap
back?
in the face, all these goddamn F-bombs. I'm sorry. One more time. What was this? What now?
People are asking, do you think it was a slap in the face when Anna brought you that dumbbell, just knowing, like kind of throwing it at Seth, but with knowing that all the weights and stuff that he bought?
I think it was a disrespect for Anna. Every day she walked in here and tried to act like she was my friend, and then she should have kept her big mouth shut on this one little mess up that I make. I call her racist on a podcast, and I apologize profusely. And for her to double down and be condescending, and the way that she has, listen, now, you know what? Now everybody's rewinding for the last year and be like, man, Bubba has, melded down on her 2 or 3 or 4 different times when she's gotten on this negative kick where she's always trying to thwart him. And now maybe you know why I'm a little bit ultra sensitive on her screwing with me.
Chief Charlie
Maybe now,
21520.
Maybe I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let me. I'm sorry.
Chief Charlie 21520 on the super chat.
Maybe you now can rewind and understand potentially where my head has been for the past year, and I've tried to be the strong soldier that I was and keep this show together. And had she not applied for a morning show to go directly against me and one of 6 markets that I'm heard of, she would be in that seat right now. She wasn't on the verge of getting fired for anything. No, nothing. I wasn't mad at her at all.
You guys had just talked less than a week ago.
Go through your shit, see what the fuck you got.
It's literally I can't.
It's like no doubt. Don't speak. Or their other song, like I'm just a girl. That was a good too. Anyways,
they just did Coachella.
I missed that. I got to go watch that.
Yeah.
717 JR 999.
Punch something.
Super chat.
Because it could be such great radio, but it's sucking right now.
Are you mad at yourself?
Yes, I'm mad
For
for not being prepared. It's my fault. I threw this upon everybody that we're going to use it last second, and it's not. Rhett's as mad as I am. I guarantee you he is, but he didn't have any time. It's myself. I didn't even tell him about it. I just sprung upon him, so it's not anybody's fault. It just pisses me off.
It's been a long day,
I can't shut my fat effing mouth long enough without saying an F-bomb. Every 5 words. Here's my last attempt to pay. Here's my
Goodbye,
last.
everybody.
Here's my last attempt to get some what me and Blitz talked about in a year ago. This is my last attempt.
Not doing that. I was some other fucking guy who ended up.
Oh, that was a couple seconds.
This is good promotion for the podcast.
Rhett, are you cringing as much as me?
A little bit, yeah. It's all right, Bubba.
Bubba, I understand why you want everyone to see it, because this is truly fly on the wall moment.
Yes.
You're sitting here watching. This is the act.
But I can't
I
get
never
through
knew
it.
this. I knew the general details, but I never saw this. And I'm having, when I watch it in between the commercials, it's riveting. I can't pull my eyes off it. So I understand why Seth wants to get it on the podcast. It's mind-blowing what you did for him. Unbelievable. So I know what you're trying to get across to the audience. Maybe tomorrow you can clip those parts out. But I mean, it is mind-boggling how nice you were.
Oh, we're doing it
I
again?
would literally have law enforcement here, and you'd be getting arrested right the fuck now.
Well, the poll before we go is 85% yes, 15% no.
It's pretty strong.
So listen, we're going to play the entire tape. It's 45 minutes long, and we'll just let it rip from everything. We'll just let it rip.
Oh well, I gotta see my family today, Bubba. It's got to do. Gotta get here at some point.
It's only so many clicks you can get in a day.
45 minutes, we're gonna let it rip. I love you, man. I would never do anything like this to you.
Well, now you know why Danny has this blind love for Bubba, and Bubba has this blind love for Danny and for us, because we would never, ever, especially over money, do anything like this to Bubba. Never.
And so now you guys know about the Blitz stuff. And now you know why I fired Anna. And the state, you know what? I'll just wait and do this all on the podcast, because she sent me back what she wanted me to publish, and it was just basically a self promotion that she didn't do anything wrong, kind of deal.
It was really like a LinkedIn post,
and I literally have to be quiet for like 5 seconds now, so I can get the dump built up so before I hit the top of the hour. So we literally got to be quiet. And Rhett, please know this type of stuff just makes me go. I literally will. I'll have to medicate more tonight.
I totally understand.
Oh,
You need some weed?
no, I got that.
Yeah, there you go.
Xanax?
I need everybody to be quiet. I got 7 more.
Oh, jeez.
I literally have 17 more seconds of dump to build.
On the last break, we'll be okay. You can go ahead and go.
I can go?
Yeah.
All right.
It's just on the
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit,
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
the BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repair hello. I'm back.